Beautiful. Have you figured out how to use the rapier to parry? Nope, nor do I care to. There is only one parry item. There is only one parry weapon, and it is the cestus? The caestus? The kaist sekai? The parry is pretty awful in Dark Souls 3. We'll see about that. Oh, I gotta get the banner. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh wait, didn't somebody donate? Cyber Goddess with a $13.12. Thank you, comrade. I'm giving you my refunded Dark Souls money because I'm such a gay baby. Well, thank you. Maybe I'll use your money to buy Dark Souls 1 Remastered so I can go ahead and play that for the stream too. Oh, parry. What are those things on the floor? What things? There are many things on the floor. I could delight all of you with long, long hours of me discussing Dark Souls lore. Fuck you. Pretty sure they mean the orange signs. The orange signs are communications left either either between the game developers and you, or between other actual human players and you. Ah. Fuck you. Fuck you. Controller? Yeah, I'm using a controller. Okay, there we go. We gotta get back in the swing of things. Back in the swing of things. Here we go. I can't tell you guys how much I love Dark Souls. In spite of my, let's say, occasionally middling performance. Is it wrong to think now that spiritualism is anti-imagination now and maybe always? I don't know what you mean, comrade. But let's go with yes. I agree with whatever it is you believe. What are those big round dead people on the ground? I remember them from the intro, but what are they? Those are pilgrims that have come here to Lothric. They're a religious sect. They're people who worship the dark soul of man, if I recall correctly. So they've been drawn to this place, which contains much power and many secrets. They carry their belongings on their back like a turtle. Comrade Courtney, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub, comrade. Furries writes, Papega. True! That's true! What is the best fast food French fry? I like Five Guys fries. Literally just run through the game, you don't have to fight any enemies. But I like fighting enemies. Fuck you. You're almost dead. Yeah? You like a big stab? I like these small chiller streams. I like relaxing with you guys too, I really do. These are the two, fight the dancer now. Okay, listen. I'm going to give the dancer a shot. But it's been a while since my glory days, okay? Alright, folks. Did you watch Sargon's video about you? No. Sargon's videos are pretty bereft of information and value, whether or not they're about me. I know pretty much exactly what he's going to say.
Ah, the wait has been long, unkindled one.
Shut up. Not as long as this fucking conversation. Alright.
What on earth?
Oh shit, she's got health. Oh no, no, no. Oh no. It's a pathetic attempt at saving face by pitying you. Yeah, it's the same thing that, it's the same thing like high schoolers will do, you know what I mean? Like, ooh, I didn't get owned. I feel bad for the other guy. It's the same basic gist. Who was the lady? The lady was one of the, I forget what her official title was. She was one of the people who was assigned to take care of the twin princes of Lothric. So she guards the entrance to Lothric Castle. All of the adventuring that we're about to do, all of the incredible, across the world, fighting gods and bosses, all of it is because we can't jump up 3 feet to climb onto this ladder. Do you see this? This ladder right here? Huh. That I don't even understand. The stream didn't even... The stream cut out, but internet kept working for me. I have no idea. Well, 1 second. Alright, okay. We did it. We're here? We made it? I guess? Eliastius with a tier 1 sub, thank you. If only you had a British accent, you could just save the effort of having thoughts actually worth listening to. Yeah, Sargon's the reason why I'm racist against Britmongers. Alright. Okay. Did we do it? Well, guys, I beat the dancer. Why do I have one privated stream? I think I have a privated stream from like 5 months ago. Don't lie. I'm not lying. I beat the dancer first try. What do you want from me? Why do we kill homeless people for sport? I don't know. I mean, it's a good game. Gushian needs a mod for her debate with Sargon. You should do it. No, as fun as that would be, I actually do believe that moderators should be impartial, and I am not impartial. Where are its souls, Vaush? I already spent all of them. Obviously. Idiot. Stupid. Fucking dumbass. The Patriot Act was passed in the House? Yes, I think that happened a while ago, actually. Like nearly 20 years ago. I'm banned from your Discord, ababdvosh.gg, and they won't let me appeal. I have no explanation for this behavior, fuck_WV. It got renewed? Ah, well, of course it got renewed. Nothing about this political climate suggests to me that anyone would want anything other than the Patriot Act. Oh, no, 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 no. Ooh. Still kind of loud for me. Oh, Bug Girl 93, it's your birthday? That's fantastic. I don't know how old you are. Probably a similar age to me. Vaush, unban me, please. I will not. I don't know who you are, and you're being annoying, so I'm gonna help you out. That's the chill ban, okay? Just curious about why that stream a while back is private? I have no fucking idea, comrade. Which one? Which one? What the fuck? Jesus Christ, comrade. Grethendren with the $100 donation for this scuffed-ass Dark Souls stream. Holy shit. Great job on the Sargon debate. You were awesome. Hey, I thought I could have done a lot better, but listen, hey. If you and those 100 smackaroos disagree, then who am I to argue with you? Thank you so much, comrade. That is incredibly generous of you. All jokes aside, I really do appreciate it. I'm probably going to be going over the Sargon debate soon as well. Wait, which one of these guys is it? Do you think your audience will get bigger after the debate, Vaush? Not tremendously, but attention is attention. Wait, is it the other side? I remember it being the right side. Ah, nice, hyena. Treasure ahead. Oh, I never even noticed there was a dragon crashed back there. Am I out of line for believing Destiny's gotten more reactionary over the past couple of months? No, he has. Or at the very least, he's gotten more anti-left. I don't know if he's gotten more reactionary. Oh! You're even moving! How did I not see you? You crushed him in the second part of the debate. The first part was cringe. The first part I was still adjusting to the fact that it was a 2v1.
It's true. a champion of Ash as I live and breathe. To be in your presence is a great honor.
Yeah.
Oh,
If you were to rate your Sargon debate performance on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you say? Oh, I have pretty high standards for myself. I would say a 3.5 or a 4. 3.5 or a 4. Something like that. In regards to the actual points being made, again, I feel like I did fine, adequate, acceptable. It's Sargon. I mean, that's to be accepted. Or that's to be expected, sorry. But in regards to actual presentation, optics, so on and so forth, that I could have done a lot better. Love the failure to know appeal to authority is not inherently fallacious. Classic. B Frank 70, it depends on what you consider appeal to authority. If you're literally citing the opinion of an authority on an argument, then no, that is not fallacious. It is only when you are using the existence of an authority's opinion as an argument in and of itself that that appeal becomes fallacious. Additionally, many people consider it not fallacious if it is commonly agreed that that person has an expertise on the subject being discussed. In this instance, we were talking about Nigel Farage, who literally created the party that we were discussing. Additionally, none of this information is relevant to the earlier point of Sargon accusing me of having committed an appeal to authority fallacy for quoting a person. Let thee not distract the argument, comrades. He accused me of using appeal to authority when I quoted a person. I said, in the opinion of the person who founded your party, it's gone far right. And after some wish-washing where he said far right is subjective and therefore doesn't mean anything, which, I mean, all words are subjective. It's like, no shit. He then accused me of engaging in a fallacy for quoting a person. It's pretty nice. I haven't heard the term fallacious and appeal to authority so much in the span of 10 minutes in my entire life. It's like a common debate bro tactic. It was a mistake to lean so hard into the Muslim rape gang premise at the beginning to draw out his ideas. Yeah, probably. I had no idea what the debate was going to be about. Apparently it was supposed to be about capitalism versus socialism, but I was never told that in the DMs or emails sent to me by Adam beforehand. So that was kind of sprung up on me. I had no idea. If I had known we had a specific topic, I would have very specifically provided, I would have had materials ready to present on some subjects. Yes, I do, Enderby. But that's okay. Anyway, we don't need to hem and haw over it. The fact remains, regardless of anything else, that it was obviously an unfair debate in the sense that the moderators were biased. Okay, like, that's life, whatever. That's inarguable. And that Sargon's points were incredibly stupid. That's also inarguable. But I think it's also fairly inarguable I could have done a much better job presenting my points. So I'm taking the enlightened centrist route, where I recognize, the extremes on both ends. See? Wait, can we fucking chill? I fucking hate these little dudes. Plague Wielder with the $5. Latest Path 2 and NVIDIA updates finally made Path 2 run on Linux without crashing every 5 minutes, unlocking the higher specs layer. Already hated in the crude scroll for organ scavenging. Wish me luck. Fuck yeah, comrade. Hey, enjoy Pathologic 2. It's one of my favorite games ever. I'm going to be playing the Marble Nest section soon. I can't wait for further updates to the game. That's fair, Raging Red Fox. Ooh, ooh. Oh yeah, it is also, that's correct, Lord Insectoid. It's also worth pointing out that just because something is fallacious, which in the instance I'm referring to, nothing was, that doesn't actually mean a point is incorrect. A fallacious argument just means that the conclusion does not logically follow from the premises, or that the way in which you're attempting to reach the conclusion is not in support of the, the premises offered. It essentially means there's a logical disconnect, not that anything is actually wrong. Shuan Head didn't bitch out. Shuan Head was just busy with holiday plans. Oh! Man, that jump never goes as far as I expected to. Oh, Mega Drive, that absolutely benefits me like money and exposure-wise, but I'd like to think I have slightly loftier goals. Did Digi ever respond to you? We might one day debate Digi, I don't know. He's kind of hard to pin down. Posadash John with the tier 1 sub. Thank you, Vaush. Do you actually not know which vid is privated, or you just don't want to say? I mean, if it's a privated video, it's probably the Thought Slime stream, right? Wouldn't that be it? It would have to be that, because I never unprivated it, which doesn't matter. Everyone else has re-uploaded it. Everyone's seen it. Oh my god! Oh my god, it fucking looped! It fucking looped! Oh my god! Oh my god! Kenjin with $5. It's funny, Adam Friended probably found your point to be appeal to authority because he did that all the time with that book I can't internalize. Yeah, oh yeah, I mean, if your assumption is that appeal to authority is literally any time you cite anyone else who has an opinion on the subject, then yeah, pretty much all arguments devolve into appeal to authority, unless you're talking about arguments that refer specifically to the perspectives of the people involved there. Yeah, I think Digibro might be going crypto. How would you recommend someone get into the Dark Souls series? Dude, I don't know if there's like a good intro to the Dark Souls series. You just gotta play Dark Souls 1, right? Alright, she doesn't care. You doing the hug? Get out! Adam was like, what happened? The last debate was so civil. Yeah, dude. One thing, I will take this to my credit, though. The only people who I've seen actually critiquing me are just people critiquing my presentation, the way in which I present the arguments, not the arguments themselves. I haven't seen anyone attacking my arguments or defending Sargon's arguments, except for neo-Nazis. I've said this before on Twitter, but there are 90% of the derision that I've been seeing online directed towards me is from neo-Nazis who are really excited about Sargon's points on Muslims, immigration, and ethno-states. Oh, that shouldn't have hit me. I want fucking CSI on this shit right now. Bring out fucking Scully. That fucking saw blade came nowhere close to my model. Hold on, I want some help. Is Adam Friended malicious or just really stupid? After the debate that I had with Adam Friended, where for like 80 minutes he didn't understand what I was talking about when I was referring to democratically owned worker production, I thought he was just stupid. But then a couple days ago, I saw a video of him on that same podcast of his. It was last week's episode. They had No Bullshit on, Brooks Heatherly. And the other host, the one who didn't speak very much, PSA Sitch, was confronting Brooks Heatherly on a bunch of obvious support for white nationalism that he had engaged in the past. PSA Sitch was like, hey dude, are you like do you believe in an ethno-state? And the whole time No BS was like hemming and hawing and redirecting the convo and ignoring questions and misdirecting and pivoting and pivoting and pivoting. Non-stop, relentless. Wait, what's the question, Pancom314? Naturally, and PSA Sitch was frustrated with Brooks, but Brooks kept getting defended by Adam Friended, even in the most obvious and egregious instances of Brooks believing in like the validity of an ethno-state or what have you. Adam Friend would be like, come on, dude, he obviously didn't mean that. Dude, that was like 6 months ago. He doesn't believe that anymore. Why would you interpret things in that way? It's obvious he didn't mean it. This was clearly a joke. He was defending him nonstop. So I think Adam might be an idiot crypto rather than just an idiot. It is, Conyer. Somniostatic with the $25. Thank you, comrade. I watched the whole Sargon debate. You actually did something really amazing there, even if it doesn't seem like it to you. 10 out of 10 would shut again. We'll see, comrade. Again, hey, I'm not going to stand in the way of your optimism. I really do appreciate it. I really, really appreciate the dono, comrade. And that's fine. After all, a big part of getting better at advocacy is learning from mistakes. I'm not interested in being one of those channels where I prop myself up as a master debate lord god tier masterman who is infallible in debate. Because what that does is it insulates my community from any ability to learn from my mistakes, which is an issue. When Carl couldn't understand the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality, I was getting triggered. Yeah, Carl is unironically a white ethno-stater. Oh! Oh wait, I have the wrong flask open. No! Yeah, I saw Hunter Avalon. No hug. Well, didn't time that properly. Come on, do it. Do it. Throw it at me. Oh, oh, oh. My favorite part of Sargon's pedantry backfiring was when he linked me that article about how an increase in immigration cuts everyone's wages by 2%. And then I said, was this just a quote from Boris Johnson? He said, read the article now, give it a look, read it proper. And then I actually looked through it and it disproved his point. It wasn't for the entire population. It was for an already low income segment of a particular economic demographic. Which means that, like, in reality, what he was referring to was an up to 2% decrease in wages for, like, less than a fifth of the population, with a 10% increase in immigration. Such an unbelievably insubstantial point. That's so unsubstantial, I would actually call that, like, insignificant economically. Especially when considering the overwhelming benefits you get from immigration in terms of broader effects on the economy. Nice, Kanga. No problem, Mega Drive. Sargon is so dumb he doesn't realize he's advocating for a white ethno-state. I think Sargon realizes. I don't know. You should join the Mound Makers? Nah, fuck that. I'm good. Did Boris reference it still or something? The article was like a fact checker on Boris's statement. A statement that he made at a rally. No, 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 no! I fucking hate these guys. I hate them! I hate these little fucking cucks. Like how that one jumped over the sword swing. I have never played Planetscape Torment. Lily, Pathologic 2 is easier to get into and a better game. I recommend you do so. Any idea about the correlation causation on that point of the 2% decrease? Yeah, it's super simple. So economics in a capitalist system is supply-demand driven. If there's a greater supply of labor, the demand for labor goes down, which means there's a decrease in wages. However, in all likelihood, that's probably because a lot of those workers are getting exploited. You haven't freed the prisoner, have you? No, we're not at that part yet. Why am I killing slaves? Because they're trying to kill me! Oh, just right. I'm sure there are plenty of people that I could get to debating. Oh, no, no. Gwendolyn best waifu? There's a wrong answer. I've always thought the Emerald Herald was really cute. I don't know. Hey, he didn't attack me. That's nice. Chat was moving really quickly for a second, and I feel like I missed some people saying something relevant to my interests. Oh, Flower Villain with a tier 1 sub, thank you. Sargon is such a dumb, condescending cunt and a barely crypto-Nazi fascist. Didn't he once say during the debate that maybe the Nosballs have a point? Also, Corbyn 2020 and trans rights. True! Hello to you too, Comrade Courtney. That is true. That is very true, in fact. Guys, keep in mind, Sargon has literally said This is from his mouth. This isn't like this isn't interpretive. This is the message he meant to give. He has said that he would rather see the alt-right win than see the SJWs get what they want. So, I mean... Oh! Koi. Yeah, the far right wants open borders. I don't fucking know with that guy, dude. He's on... R1, R1, R1? Yeah, dude, that's that's Dark Souls 3. What do you think this is? Dark Souls 1? Whew. That's cigarette break, though. Also, the fact that he puts forward the idea the far right is rising because the libs aren't speaking the truth about brown people. Well, yeah, I mean... He's a fascist. What do you, of course. I mean, like, look, keep in mind his argument there. Like, if you let immigrants in, you don't like the far right, do you? Then why are you letting the immigrants in when that's what inspires the far right? As though the way to deal with a group of people you don't like is to give them everything they want. Oh, Somniostatic. Like I said, most of the people who came after me were open Nazis. You can tell, really... Oh, God. Oh, we're so fucked. Oh, we're so fucked. We have no health in Estus. We have no health in Estus. We gotta run. We gotta run, and then we gotta backtrack. We gotta run, and then we gotta backtrack. Bonfire should be right over here. You got to Ember, then embarrass your sight fighting Hodrick? Yeah, why not? Sure. Where are you? Have I died yet? Nope. I have never died in this video game. Come here, Hodrick. Koi. Oh, yeah, there he is. You're walking towards me. Of course. I can't beat the shit out of you without coming closer. Ah! Then keep walking towards me. Comrade with the 15 bucks. Thank you, comrade. That's very generous of you. Thank you for doing what you do. Also, is the Casca cosplay intentional? Casca cosplay? Oh, I kind of do look like Casca, don't I? No, it's not, but that would have been a good theme to go with from the beginning, wouldn't it? Koi. I'll see you after the curse-rotted Greatwood. No, he parried! And the other NP. Oh, no. Oh, no! Okay. Alright, we're gonna need to strat this one out. Oh, boy. Oh. Hodrick, commit to an attack. Both of you, actually. Just... Good. No! No, he did the fast attack after. Shouldn't get greedy. Come on. Don't charge. Fuck, I went too far. Okay, that's okay. It's not okay! No! Oh no. Okay. No! We've almost got the one down. Shit. That was lucky. Those iframes, I was on like the last iframe there when I dodged that attack. We want to finish the big guy down first. Yeah, this is just like the debate from last night. Ah, shit. Oh, hey, warmth! No! Gimme! Fuck, he turned around! There we go, give me health. Give me health. I got greedy again! Ah, come on! You're dead. Hodrick! Deal! Weak! I will catch your rolls. Yeah? You like your fucking warmth? It's mine now. It's mine. The healing is mine now, you fucking idiot. And I need it now, too. I will tank all of your hits. Okay, that hit just got absorbed by the fucking bonfire. Get real. Get out of my... Okay. Alright, dude. No! Alright, fucker. Ow! You... I love those insta-parries, by the way. Yeah? I can parry too. You want to see true strength? That's not it. That's not it. I love it! I love the insta-parries! They're so fucking based! Get! Good. Good. You're not going down yet. Oh wait, maybe you are. Good. Ha! No, he did it too! Yeah, you're out! You're out! We're both out! No! Is that it? It's not it! It's not it! No! 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 No, it really was like the debate last. Come back here, you fucking slimy piece of shit. Where's Big Boy? You're going down first. Get the last hit! Get! Thank you! What happened to no death? What death? I'll show you everything I've learned. Not that. That wasn't it. That wasn't what I learned. Ugh! Blythe? Not Blith? Disgusting. Thank you, Bug Girl, very much for the gifted sub, comrade. Come. That should have buried! Your shield is dead! Thanks for the fucking warmth! Slowly healing? Oh yeah? No! You're nothing to me! the people I've killed by letting you live. You're out, and I'm still full. You're not getting that. No, no. This fucking warmth. No! Just die! Just die! No! Both of our weapons do so little damage. Maybe stop fighting near the warmth, but I like it. Alright, fucker. Alright, we're not getting that one. Yeah? Yeah? No! Where's the cestus? Wait, now I want the warmth. Okay, good. I had some. Didn't do the drop attack. We can't keep doing this forever! There are other parts of the game! I thought that would parry! Yes! Your time is done! Good! 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 First try. First try. Let me go upgrade my weapon. 1 second. You missed someone saying the N-word in chat? Uh-oh! Alright, we're back, folks. That took forever. That took exactly as long as it needed to, okay? Exactly as long as it needed to.
Be careful.
I should play Warframe on stream? Nah, I've done Warframe. I'm good with Warframe. Blythe? Is it not Blythe? Bug Girl? Blythe. Blythe. Blith? Tithe? Teeth? Bleeth? We're doing Bleeth from now on. And Caius with the $1. Would you ever consider playing KOTOR 2? It's super philosophical and would love to see your takes on it. I personally just don't have very much fun with that type of game.
Very well, then.
I played KOTOR 1, and don't get me wrong, it's a good game. I'm not, you know, impugning it in that regard. I just, it's just not my type of shit, you know? We need more fucking endurance.
Farewell, Ashen One. May the flames go.
Blythe? Blythe? Is that it? Blythe? Is that it? Blythe. What a horrible pronunciation. Not a fan of choice-based RPGs. I'm not a fan of turn-based combat. $400 hours in Warframe seems low. Did you prefer not to play that far past the story currently available in Warframe? Yeah, I didn't grind too far past where the story ended. It just wasn't my type of thing. I missed the Sargon debate. Are you uploading it? Yeah, I meant to upload it today, but I couldn't because my computer actually crashed while I was rendering the video. And it set things far behind enough that I wouldn't have the render done before stream was finished. And it takes a while to render and upload, so, you know. Nope. I play games off stream. I've been playing Outer Worlds off stream. I just don't want to play it on stream. It doesn't allow me to interact with chat very much. Pathologic 1 stream? Why does everyone ask me what games I want to play on stream? We're playing Dark Souls 3. Can't we enjoy the moment? Or was that Hodrick fight so bad you guys are just looking forward to like the next thing? Oh. Love your work. Can you shout out the Community Democracy Project? We're trying to democratize the city budget of Oakland. Is this good practice? I mean, democratizing anything is good practice, right? Yeah. Comrade Nick throwing it up over there. Community Democracy Project. I mean, I can't really shout it out without knowing what it is, what it entails, and what specifics are behind, wait, no one has ever made an account before that's just named nigger? Wait, shit, sorry. But you can only have one account per name, right? So that's actually the first time that's happened? That's just kind of weird. Isn't that weird? I will be, comrade. Hey, she fell! Ah. Oh yeah, you're gonna have to type it out to me again, comrade, because I already cleared the donation message, and because it was for a gifted subscription, it doesn't show up in my Streamlabs. Only on my website. Alright, we're not missing anything here, right? There's a way to loop around again afterwards. This area is pretty intricate, I think. I've got a headache. Do I got any other headache bros out there? Any other headache comrades? Yeah, I'm sick right now. We all suffer together. I am a dipshit, thank you. You were talking some neolib shit yesterday. I could have made better arguments for immigration, but it's not neolib shit to say that overall increases to the GDP have the capacity to benefit lower class workers. Lower class workers are hurt very marginally by low-skilled immigration. Like, very marginally. I mean, again, up to 2% for one specific subset of the worker population per 10% increase in immigration. So obviously, this is a pretty insubstantial difference. However, a larger GDP does mean there is more money flowing through the economy, which is better for everyone most of the time. Now, what makes it better for everyone is proper redistributive policies that are enacted to ensure that that money is going to the people who need it and not just to billionaires. So my question then would be, if growing the economy with immigration helps everyone, so long as we have a sane and just redistributive set of policies, why wouldn't we go for that over hurting the entire economy and everyone in it, just so we don't see a disproportionate and relatively minute decrease in the relative wage earnings of a specific subset of lower class workers? The neoliberal argument would be that GDP is all that matters, which is not my argument. My argument is that GDP is an indicator of economic growth that can be used then as a template or a threshold for increasing the strength of the economy in other respects. Do you think Sargon is a fascist or just a useful idiot to him? Did you watch that debate? Sargon believes that the alt-right goals are more desirable to him than the goals of SJWs. He spent his time pearl-clutching about Muslim rape gangs. He literally advocated for an ethno-state in England. He doesn't want any immigration whatsoever. He describes himself as a nationalist. What part of him isn't fascist? Who the fuck is launching this shit at you? There's a giant, actually. Oh, not that way. That way. Incoming. Nope. Timed it too early. There we go. Isn't inflation per year higher than 2% anyway? I think so, but I could be wrong on that. No, Comrade Courtney. You are free to... Damn it! I'll keep that in mind, Bug Girls. It's pronounced femoids. I'm a woman and reclaiming that word, and I want to change the pronunciation immediately. Jesus Christ! I'll consider your proposal. Femoids, then, is it? I don't mind it. Woo! Get down stabbed. He's a classical liberal like Dave Rubin? No, because at least Dave Rubin doesn't literally argue for ending all immigration and building an ethno-state. No, he's actually a fascist. That actually is what he is. I'm playing this game so poorly right now. Dave Rubin doesn't argue anything? No, well, he passively supports the perspectives of those who come onto his show. But I don't think he would argue for an end to all immigration. That seems a little extreme. We'll get to the curse-rotted Greatwood in a second. Sorry, Lone Cat, I'm not clicking links right now. Yeah, it's not even a 10% increase in flat immigration, it's 10% increase in immigrants working in that sector. So this is like an astonishingly high margin to pass for an astonishingly low impact on a small portion of the population. I'm gonna fucking die. There's no way. Will you ever play Last of Us on stream? No. Use an ember? I'm already embered. Here, hold on. Are you expecting to be dislike bomb when you upload the Sargon debate? Yeah, but it doesn't really matter to me. Yes, yeah, when he said the 42% thing, London is only 42% English, when he meant 42% white English. I mean, again, I've been saying this for a while, that Sargon of Akkad is a fascist. I don't know if he's smart enough to realize that he's a fascist, but he is. Koi. Okay. Two more times? The fucking wooden plank on his back means he can't be backstabbed. Possibly. Lomu with the $5. Are you a fan of The Amazing Atheist? I know he helped start the Skeptard community, but it wouldn't hurt to... I wouldn't put him in the same category as Sargon or the Armored Skeptic, because he actually has leftist views. Listen, I disagree with a lot of stuff that the amazing atheist says and does. However, he's not a fascist. I think that'd be a wildly uncharitable interpretation of his political opinions. Whoa, whoa, whoa. God damn it! I'm pretty sure the 89% small businesses is literally just the total number of businesses. Well, it was irrelevant to what we were talking about. I was talking about the proletariat, and then he started mentioning how most of the businesses in this country are small businesses. I still don't understand what that had to do with the thing we were talking about. I love playing poorly. Second death? What death? Would I ever play Shadow of Mordor on stream? Guy, I typically don't have an interest in that type of game. Is it damning that the mod didn't call out the fact that Sargon said he wouldn't argue Richard Spencer is a Nazi? I think what Sargon was saying was that he wouldn't argue against the fact that Richard Spencer was a Nazi, but I might have misheard that. Rat Resistance with the $5. Did you watch Sargon's lame sympathy video for you, full of strawman it would be expected from a fundamentally bad faith numbskull? What? I was behind? What? Well, rip those souls. I didn't watch the video, but I know what I know what its contents are. It's like very typical bad faith posturing, like, oh guys, I didn't get blown the fuck out. In fact, I did so well that I feel sorry for the other guy. For what it's worth, though I do believe there were plenty of problems with how I conducted myself over the course of that discussion, that would have happened literally no matter what. Like, it's Sargon of Akkad. Even if the entire argument and him getting absolutely blown the fuck out with no room for recourse, looking like a smug dipshit, completely unable to answer questions, even if all of that was the case, he would still the next day release a video on how badly he feels for me or something along those lines. Johanna Hospice, I'm pretty sure about half the American population works for larger firms. Of course, the majority of flat businesses in this country are small businesses. That's how things tend to work. You have 100 businesses that employ 10 people and one that employs 10,000. That's just how the distribution tends to fall. I didn't hear it! Ah! Just gotta wait to talk to the fucking giant. Gimme. Oh yeah, gimme. I gave you a super chat message on YouTube, but I think you might have missed it. Did I now? Well, hold on. I apologize for that. Lately, the YouTube's fucking super chat thing has been really fucking weird. It glitched out really badly during the debate, too. Okay, dude. It glitched out really badly during the debate itself, too. I love it when I can't hear it coming. Wait, wait, I only have one earbud in. Wait a second. Wait a second. Is there a way to directly donate to you? Yeah, Fluffy Dragon 3. My website gives me basically all of the revenue that I receive. PayPal still takes a cut, of course. Here we go. There we go. Now I can hear. Oh my god, I'm such a fucking idiot. I always have one earbud out so I can hear myself properly. Ever watched Kyle Kalinske? Thoughts about him? I feel like he's one of the strongest / best voices for the left in America. I'm terribly sorry, comrade, but I'm actually not that familiar with his content. I've seen some good things from him. His discussion with Razor Fist, for example, was pretty fun. But I'm not actually that familiar with his work. I probably should be. That's on me. He is a good rhetorician from what I've seen. Unquestionably. Do you plan on doing any response to Christy Winner? She's been really trash lately. No, she's legitimately not worth my time or attention. Not even close to being worth my time or attention. Such a pretty game. Well, yeah, Sargon will resort to semantics any time it helps him avoid dealing with the actual subject of discussion. Also, guys, next politics stream I do is going to be literally dedicated to going over the Sargon debate. I'm going to talk about things that I did wrong and things that I did right, and what we can collectively learn from the experience. So, for the sake of contrast, we can handle some other topics today, perhaps? Captain McMillan with the $5, thank you. Fucking British conquer a quarter of the planet, then complain about brown people in their country. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Hey, Sargon didn't personally conquer any fucking developing countries. You're gonna hold him accountable for what other people do? That's crazy talk, man. I have not seen Green Eggs and Ham. Is Green Eggs, is that Netflix Green Eggs and Ham thing? Not... Oh, absolutely, Counterpoint, soon. Just stuff racks up. Is that Green Eggs and Ham podcast? Not podcast, god damn it. Show not literally directly for children? Oh, I know you will be, Counterpoints. You're a good faith actor. I know, Counterpoints. It's a kid's show for sure. Yeah, I figured. Whew! He's got the pot! Oh, I talk to Contra occasionally, but she's not going to be coming on the stream. That would be devastating for her reputation. What has Christy Winters done? Christy Winters is like the archetypical, obnoxious, like, rad-lib feminist. She's not just a rad-lib, she's a never Bernie. What's your plan for the build on this character? I have no fucking idea. Oh wait, didn't somebody say that I should use the Abyss Watcher's sword? And breakdance my way across the fucking game map? They sneak in some stuff? I gotcha. Yeah, the Farron Watcher's sword? Yeah, I can do that. Which class is this? I started as the Deprived. Ooh. I think I have not Posadas John. I think Christy Winter's like philosophy of life can be summed up pretty adequately by, after the Sargon debate, her going on Twitter and saying, well, Sargon's bad, but Vaush said retarded. So you know, these toxic men are really bad for the world. Like, that, I think that pretty much sums up Christy Winter's philosophy on politics. Rat Resistance with the $5. Thank you very much, comrade. I DM'd you a Styx video on Discord. Would you do a video debunking him at one point? He needs to be taken down a peg or two live? Or a peg or 5, I see. Yeah, Styx and Hammer is another one of those people who I don't know is a fascist because he's too stupid to coherently express his political views. I genuinely don't know with him either. I remember some discussions he had with Destiny where he came off so, like, unintelligent that I actually worried he might be mentally disabled. And I'm not being edgy when I say that. I saw some leftists saying you came across worse than Carl. It drove me insane. Well, I disagree with them. Maybe I can learn from their cynicism. Anyway, yeah. We can definitely talk about Styx and Hammer sometime soon. Netflix is adopting Sandman? It's going to be terrible. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Do you think co-op housing could be an alternative to landlords? I would want housing to be decommodified and owned by the government, personally, but co-op housing is a really good interim period. Or interim step, sorry. You like the Good Omens? Styx admitted to being alt-light? Oh, well, there you go. Sure is strange all of these big libertarian bros who start off talking about free speech end up turning to alt-righters. Oh, Don Mako Umaneko, do you think I ended on a bad note? Towards the end of the discussion, they just like kept trying to... The last thing that Sargon and I discussed was me explaining how he basically, he basically expresses the JQ, and him not getting it. And he was like, yeah, I do believe there's a conspiracy of leftists in academia that are trying to destroy white men. What of it? And I pointed out that was 90% of the JQ, and he was like, well, I don't think the Jews did it. I think that was like the last thing we discussed. Safety Skull with the $5. When Vaush said, let he who is without sin cast the first slur, he was talking about himself. True! Never had a problematic thought in my life. Never... SMBC. Never had a problematic thought in my life, comrade. Racism, sexism, ableism, nope. Fat phobia, it's never happened. Never, never, never. It's never happened. Oh, Christy Winters is not particularly impressive. Oh, Don Mako Umaneko, I agree that his audience will never get it, but I didn't want to talk about that to begin with. I didn't want to talk about the JQ stuff, because I knew that he's too brain dead to understand the point. And even if he did understand the point, even if Sargon had some legendary moment of clarity that even if for a moment, a brief moment in his life, Sargon's IQ hit 3 digits, and he understood what I was saying, he would just pretend not to understand. Why would he ever acknowledge what I said there? It would implicate him. We got one more route to go, boys. I want to curtail all immigration from the third world to stop the barbaric Muslim rape gangs. Not all cultures are created equal. Also, London isn't London anymore with all the non-whites in there. I want to create an ethno-state. By the way, I believe that the alt-right has goals more similar to mine than SJW's. And, in addition, I also believe that an underground conspiracy of leftist academics and media moguls are coming together to perpetuate a conspiracy against white men. Oh, a Nazi? What? Wait, you think I'm a Nazi? What's Nazi about anything that I just said? When asked directly as whether or not he values freedom or democracy, he says, well, I don't know, it depends. Colossal TM, it wouldn't have done anything to him. Oh, I get it, Caleb Shaw. It's nice that you're trying to influence things positively. You should take pride in that. Yeah. What's Nazi about, What's Nazi about... Yeah, what's Nazi about taking pride in your race? What's Nazi about saying, about believing that there's nothing wrong with being white, huh? I also like it when he did the okay sign really, like, loudly during a Nazi discussion. Do you think he actually believes he's not a Nazi? I don't think he believes in anything. I think he's a fascist because he's stupid, and he'll agree with anything that triggers the SJWs. I guarantee you, I'm not joking, by the way, sometime in the next 5 years, he's going to be a JQer. He's already into conspiracies. He already believes 80% of the JQ, or 90%, or whatever arbitrary percentile we've settled on here. He agrees with fascist talking points, and he's growing increasingly irrelevant following his bid for popularity in the UKIP election, which ended up sinking him and getting him a fuck ton of really negative press. He's been decreasing in relevancy, and his conspiratorial nature has been coming out in full force lately. Eventually, he's just going to start talking about JQ shit. And oh my god, people are donating. Hello. A lot of nothing to say with the $5. Thank you. My wrists are constantly hurting from UPS. It fucking sucks, but please benefit from my capital. Comrade, I benefit from your generosity tremendously, but also just from your kindness and your willingness to stay and chat and have fun. I hope the job isn't treating you too poorly. Rat Resistance with the $5. Okay, so I am giving you all my money, lol. Would you be interested in doing a stream with me at one point? I know I'm a far smaller content creator with my 100 subs, but I'd be interested in discussing. I don't know if it cut off after discussing, if there was more you meant to say after that. At the moment, comrade, I'm terribly sorry, but I've been trying to pull away from discussions with other people. I overbooked myself for a while, and it felt like every week I had 2 or 3 people come on who were like experts in a very specific niche thing that, while very cool and lend a lot of knowledge to my demographic, you know, are all the same not super great for the algorithm, whereas the clickbaity stuff tends to really generate attention. I plan on doing another viewer call-in stream sometime soon. When that takes place, I would love it if you were able to join. But until then, I want to be very non-committal when it comes to offers to speak with other people. I love the guests, though. I love the guests too, but I have to recognize my job is more than anything else to be entertaining. Donos from Super Chat and Streamlabs aren't showing up. Oh, well, it might help if I had alerts turned on. Haha, there we go. I still had them turned off from the Sargon debate. And Rat Resistance, the $5. Social democracy versus socialism with you. Ah, you finished! You finished the dono! You finished the dono! Social democracy versus socialism? Yeah. I mean, that would be an interesting topic of discussion. Undeniably. Nope. I can't wait to get a more unique weapon. The Farron Greatsword isn't that far away. I know dancing Israeli is a Nazi dog whistle, but what does that mean? The dancing Israeli meme refers to an incident where on 9/11, police arrested 5 Israeli men for dancing and acting strange. They were like being unsettlingly weird. And then they were released because they had done nothing. That's it. That's what Nazis are so excited for you to learn about. That on 9/11, there were 5 people who were dancing and being weird. No associated intentions, nothing relevant to 9/11 happened. They weren't talking about 9/11, they were just dancing. And that's what they're so excited for you to learn about. Same with the USS Liberty. Like, guys, the JQ is real because, like, 40 years ago, Israel may or may not have deliberately attacked a US warship. Why the fuck do I care? A Jew for you with the tier 1 sub, how relevant. I just got back from a week-long staying in Marriott on a small island in the West Indies. Is the existence of this rich white tourism on an island that appears to otherwise not have much industry a good thing for them, or bad neocolonialism? That's actually a really interesting question, a Jew for you. That really depends on the specifics of the island and of the community. In many instances, it's very, very bad because it entails necessary colonialism, economic exploitation, blah, blah, blah. But in some instances, it does legitimately bring economic strength to the town that would not have existed otherwise. Balthazar with the $2. What about the dancing Irishman? Hey, listen there, laddie. If you're catching Irishman having a little jig down on the sidewalk or on the boardwalk, following a great terrorist attack, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just go on with your day, you sissinach. Don't think about it too hard, and nothing will come to you. You should reach out to Kyle Kalinske for a discussion on social democracy. Be a great way to settle things in good faith. Wait, what am I settling? Will I debate David Pacman? David Pacman and Kyle Kalinske are much larger content creators than I am. They are substantially larger than I am. Of course I will talk to them. I'll talk to them about their fucking day at work, you know? Am I going to get the Moundmaker's Covenant? What does the Moundmaker's Covenant even do again? Can somebody remind me? Wait, they are? They are much larger than me, yes. Oh, Derry Cypher, I appreciate the offer, but I've got a lot on my plate at the moment. Soon, though, huh? Here we go. No! Don't hurt! Only talk.
and so
Michael Brooks is the same size as me? Do you really think that? Reach out to Jimmy Dore. Okay. Oh, okay, dude. Okay, listen. What if we... Okay, we can get mound makers, but eventually I'm going to want to join Rosaria's Covenant so I can re-roll my build. Theoretically, how quickly would you be able to prep for a debate with Destiny? I'd want 3 days. Gayfesh, I have a very poor memory. I have never been spoiled for anything in my life because I never remember being spoiled for it. Oh, no. I have deep ties to Joe Rogan. I'll keep that in mind, Kanga. Didn't you say you're a 9/11 truther in one debate? I think that my position here is pretty... I think my position on this is pretty uniform. I think, in all likelihood, the government probably knew that something was going to happen on 9/11, and they inadequately defended themselves against it because they knew they could exploit that for an excuse to engage in the war on terror. I don't believe any of this, like, they paid the bombers, or it was all a hologram, or it was actually deep charge explosives set in the building. That shit is all incredibly fucking stupid. That's not what I believe in. I just believe, and this has happened before, the government does this all the time, taking advantage of, I mean, look at how the US got involved in World War I. Yeah, that's what happened at Pearl Harbor as well. We got involved in World War I and in World War II because America took advantage of an attack against them and used it as an excuse for a war we wanted to engage in anyway. If that makes me a 9/11 truther, then okay, but I think that's a fairly reasonable perspective to take on the issue. Thought Destroyer with the $5 got into a couple spats with Nazis online. I keep seeing, but minorities vote on things antithetical to American values like 1A and 2A. What's the best response to this in your opinion? Thanks. I'll get to that. Thought Destroyer. So for one, what is an American value? Can you describe what an American value is? You know what sounds like an American value to me? Freedom and democracy. These are literally foundational principles upon which America was formed. Nazis don't believe in either of those things. But every minority I have ever come across, except for the Nazi ones, believes in those things. What do we mean by American values? Nazis don't give a fuck about American values. America was literally a nation created on the experiment of social and economic liberalism. It was meant as a post-Enlightenment society that was meant to take all of the best philosophical elements from the Enlightenment and put them into an action. Pessimist, I already killed Hodrick. Oh, it's unavailable after you kill the rotted great wood. Oh! 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 Were the founding fathers progressives? No, not even for their time, really. Well, some of them were. I'm pretty sure. Was it Benjamin Franklin who wrote the agnostic Bible, the religious texts before, with all the mysticism taken out? It was Franklin. Was it Jefferson? It was Jefferson. It was Jefferson, not Franklin. Right. John Adams was comparatively progressive. Now, mind you, I'm not pointing out that these people weren't fucking hypocrites, living in a slave state after purporting all men are created equal. I'm not arguing against that point. All I'm saying is that this country was created on the backbone of liberalism, but Nazis are traditionalists. They're anti-liberal. They don't believe in social liberalism, and they don't believe in economic liberalism. So, what? What American values do they believe in? When Nazis say but minorities don't vote for American values, what they actually mean is they don't vote in my interest. Which, you know, same to you, buddy. That's how democracy works. Other people aren't obligated to vote in your interest, especially when your interest entails their destruction. How do I argue against those who say America was founded as a republic, not a democracy? A republic and a democracy are not mutually exclusive. Literally anyone who makes that point is stupid and doesn't know what the words mean. Yeah, a republic is literally a representative democracy. I don't believe the try-hard emote should be banned, though. I think that'd be a ridiculous overreaction. Then what the fuck is a democratic republic? You know, there is a lot of redundancy when it comes to political terminology. Just so you know, there is redundancy here. Do you think there is a functionality / effectiveness to reclaiming slurs? Yeah, I like the term queer. I think queer is a pretty good term. Hey, how about we go deal with that giant, huh? Doesn't that sound fun? America isn't a democracy because capitalism and democracy are non-compatible. Yeah, okay, well, it is a democracy. It's just a bad one. Trust me, folks. America can get a lot less democratic than this. Woo! How do I argue against hyper-individualist arguments like I did it so others can too? Tell them they're retarded and then punch them in the face. What? So everyone can do everything? Maybe everyone can possibly, in certain circumstances, do everything. That doesn't change the fact that we're talking about probabilistic outcomes. I don't care if everyone in society can, maybe under perfect conditions, do something. I care about whether or not it's done. So what that usually means is maximizing the likelihood of somebody succeeding. It's all a numbers game. Whether you're born in a rich or a poor community, the chance of you making it in life is a percentage. And it's much greater a percentage if you're wealthier. So my goal would be to... Yes! Yes, 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 yes! Finally! Finally! My cestus! Yes! Oh! Oh, look at how quick it is. Look at how little stamina loss. Oh! Oh! Yes! Comrade Courtney with the gifted tier 1 sub. Do you think Hunter Avalon is becoming more centrist or even left? I saw him in your chat during the debate, interacting with the chat and criticizing Sargon. Hunter Avalon is going through a political metamorphosis of his own. I've spoken with him. I don't feel comfortable commenting on it, like, to the full extent. I will only say that I think he should be given the benefit of the doubt from our guys. Let me live! Rational news, the $5. Can't wait for billionaires to be yeeted into the acidic oceans. Keep up the great content, my guy. Thank you. Much appreciated. Oh my god, he leaps. Yeah, our guys. You know how it is. And Balthazar 228 with the $5. You're being very generous tonight, comrade. Adam Friendzone was playing so much defense for Cargon, he might as well have run for mayor of New York City on 9/11. Yeah, you know, a good indication that you're not getting a fair discussion is that when you leave, the moderator and your debate opponents start joking about what a dipshit you are. Oh, Gyro, I know. I want the crystal. They do that after every debate. Rat Resistance, I saw it, I just haven't gotten to it yet. Nice! Well, that too, Raging Red Fox. Wait, guys, what pit do I have to jump down? Okay, so the way you do it is you like go through the level and then at the end you get taken in the cage and then you go down there, right? Do I have that right? Didn't that happen in your Jill debate too? No, guys, that's one of the reasons why I think that the modern day debates guy is a really, really fucking good debate host. I really do think that he is. Because even with the Jill debate, even when the person I was arguing with was actually, like, beyond the pale stupid, like, phenomenally unintelligent, even after all of that, even after the stream ended, modern day debates still would not openly condemn. No! Still would not condemn, Jill. He wouldn't do it. Well, I would say that Jill is like an unrepentant dipshit, and the modern day debates guy, he would just like, he wouldn't like shrug or say nothing, but he would be like all right, you know, like this isn't my place, you know. Sake Tanuki with the $5. Tulsi, Jocko, and Rogan win. Oh, it'll come. Thank you very much for the dono, comrade. I really appreciate it. Oh, shit. No, yeah, Modern Day Debates is the name of a YouTube channel. The mod in the Darth Dawkins debate might have been biased towards you. Oh, totally it was. Wait. That wasn't Darth Dawkins. That was like the something theist or something. That wasn't Darth Dawkins. But yeah, that moderator was incredibly biased towards me. I don't think it would have mattered, though. My pleasure, Rat Resistance. Hey, I get as much joy out of it as you do. Fuck you. Dude! Realized, possibly, but I'd have to think about it. I'm really trying to control my discourse for a little bit. I want it, right now I'm benefiting from a huge surge in my algorithm. Like, the number of subscriptions that I've gotten to my channel over the past month is triple what I got over the month prior to that. Which means that, like, I'm on a spree, and I want to keep that spree going. And the best way to keep that spree going is to do clickbaity content. Unfortunately, substantive interviews are not that. Does that mean I never want to do that ever again? No, of course not. It just means that I recognize one big part of advocacy is just getting people to listen to you. These fucking guys. Oh! Okay. Oh, cringe, cringe, oh, cringe, cringe. Rat Resistance with the $5. Thank you. Look up Sylvie Lichthaug. She's a Norwegian fascist that's in our government. Look up her swimming refugee stunt. It is hilarious. It is even possible to be as smooth-brained as her. Well, fascists aren't known for being intelligent. I'll take a look at the dono afterwards and give it a look. I can't check it right now, obviously. I'm always delighted to hear about what my my overseas comrades are doing to deal with their fascist population. Hey, when I talk, guys, when I talk like this, can you hear me just fine? Can I fucking chill on my voice for a bit? I had a headache coming into this, and it would be kind of nice for me to chill out. This is fine? Okay. Conrad Piotr, I literally have every achievement in this game in 300 hours. Fuck you. I need to read everything. Somnio Static with the $5. Thank you. My fave weapon in DS2 is the Battle Axe, but they changed the animations for Dark Souls 3 and it made me sad. I was never a big fan of the Battle Axe. My favorite weapon from Dark Souls 2, oh god, do you guys remember what it was? My favorite weapon was this big, like, bone hammer, but it had really low durability. Like, you could legitimately attack maybe 15 or 20 times with this weapon before you would need to rest again or use some repairing powder on it. Does anyone remember what weapon I'm talking about? Santier's spear was really fun, but it also felt fucking broken. Was it the Dragon Tooth? Was it shit? Well, it did unbelievable damage. I think it may have been the highest damaging weapon in the whole game. Nice, rat resistance. I can't imagine. I put out so much content. Do you ever worry about people over-donating? It seems as though a lot of your revenue comes from whales. If somebody is committed enough that they want to spend 5% of their annual income donating to me, then I am nothing but appreciative. I understand that sounds a little bit, like, obvious. Like, of course I'm appreciative. I've always been a fairly stingy person myself. I have always been fairly reserved with my spending. I know not everyone is like that. If people choose to spend their money on me, I feel comfortable with them doing so because I know I'm not coercing them into doing it. Ah, it's the Demon Greathammer, that's right. Like, for example, I don't pressure people into donating, I don't guilt them, I don't lie about my income and say that I can't afford, like, living here anymore. I don't do any of that stuff. I don't do any of that stuff. I'm always very, very forward about my income levels, what I know, what I have, and what I want from other people. That's one of the reasons also why I don't really give anything to people who donate. I don't have a secret PayPal or Patreon-only Discord. The only thing I do, the only thing that I do that prioritizes people who give me money is that very occasionally on my Patreon, I will release a video for patrons only. That's just like 10 minutes of me talking about what's going on lately. Yeah, Somniostatic. I am overwhelmingly grateful for the people who are kind enough, who have the prescience, the patience, the generosity to donate lots of money to me. It's incredibly kind, and I honestly, I can't understand it. I've always been a very spendthrift person, you know? It's just amazing to me. But I will never stop being thankful for their behavior. I will never stop. And I feel comfortable with that as long as I feel as though I don't compel people. Hey, man! You want to stop fucking shooting arrows at me?
I help anytime.
Cool, thanks! Alright, catch you on the flip side. Somniostatic, I think it very well may have the potential to be. Keep in mind, Nick Fuentes was just half a year ago about as small as I am now. And now, Nick Fuentes is part of a movement that's gotten actual media attention. Think of where we can go. Where are you in the spectrum? I don't know. I'm probably, like, mildly autistic. Thank you, a lot of nothing to say. Rat Resistance with the tier 2 sub. Thank you, comrade. That's very generous of you. Might as well sub to you? Yeah, get that name color. Wait, which way is it? It wasn't that way, no. It wasn't that way. That's not the way it was. I panicked. I should have waited for the elevator to come back up. That wasn't the direction it was supposed to be. God damn it. And Balthazar with the $2. Thank you. Thoughts on Bloodborne? I've only played a little bit of Bloodborne, but the little I have played of it has cemented it firmly in my mind as an incredible game. I mean, we all know that, right? It's fucking Bloodborne. Bloodborne is fucking sick. We all know that. But I really would like to play it. Lone Cat, no. I think that 2D animation will remain prominent for a very long time to come. People are just worried because other alternatives are being explored, and it seems like the market is being crowded out right now. You live in Washington, right? Yes, I do. I have not seen The Mandalorian, nor will I be. I have no interest in Star Wars as a franchise. Would you recommend Sekiro now that it's on a Steam sale? I would recommend Sekiro if it was fucking on a reverse sale. I have seen the Dorohedoro anime adaptation trailer, and the fucking trailer does look beautiful. I would play it on stream were it not for the fact that it would be, you know, copyright striked. Go 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 go. Have you played Hollow Knight? Yes, twice. Phenomenal game. Haven't played the most recent update though. God Slayer, God Helm, whatever it's called. I've not seen the HBO Watchmen show just yet, but we'll get there. Yeah, give me my fucking souls back. This way. Sigurd! Sigurd of Katarina. I've read the original Watchmen many times, and I've watched the movie several times. Zeloff with the $5. Thank you, comrade. I watched the Sargon VOD. I legit think you did better than Destiny, even with the cucked mods. Keep up the good work, comrade. Hug, hug. Thank you, comrade. Apparently, perspectives on the debate are contentious, but I'll take your optimism any day of the week. Thank you very much. What the fuck is that thing? What thing? That thing? Or the Onion Man? The Onion Man is Sigurd of Katarina! You've never heard of Sigurd? Legendary warrior came from the far-off land of Katarina to discover the secrets behind the undead curse. That's a complicated question, Polito. I'll take it, Pancom. No! You should have waited!
No! You should have waited!
Haha.
Well,
It's too late now.
now. I, Sigurd of the Knights of Katarina, fight by your side.
Let's go.
Ah!
We're gonna have to play this one real careful, like. Oh, that was farther than I expected. That's okay. No, 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 no. Woo! I think this guy is actually bigger than the old Demon King that you fight. Oh no. Oh, he's still mad. Two-hand your sword? I don't like the extra stamina drain. Whoa! 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 Sigurd! Sigurd, I didn't mean to! Lock on! Did he die? He's not dead. We got him. You're alive. Oh. You okay, man? I'm really sorry. Woo. Mako 56, I've done it before, but I can do it again. Give me some Siegbrow, motherfucker.
Long may the sun shine.
Balthazar with the $5. Do you treat UFOers the same as other conspiracy theorists? I find them to be insulting to intelligence and design capabilities of humans. When it comes to conspiracy theories, my problem with conspiracy theories, really, or I sort them into two groups. There are conspiracy theories that hurt people, and there are conspiracy theories that don't hurt people. Anti-vax hurts people. The Jewish question hurts people. The 9/11 truthers? Sometimes that's fine. Sometimes they're just anti-government paranoids. UFO? Again, sometimes. Moon landing? Moon landing tends to be a little bit more harmful because it tends to, because every time I see the moon landing stuff, it gets wrapped up in, like, lizard people stuff, you know? What about the Parkland truthers? Well, that would be harmful. Same with the Sandy Hook shooter people. Now, mind you, I don't like irrational thinking of any kind, whether or not it's politically expedient or harmful to others in, like, an immediate sense. But it's undeniable that some types of conspiracies are more damaging than others. What are they talking about? UFOs are real, though? Well, yes, Posada Shnam, but they don't have the evidence to prove that. Pale Tongue, nice. I don't think you can get a really good critique from any of the comments on the PSA Sitch video. I'm not sure what you mean, Silence. Did I miss an earlier statement? Stalking Fan 15, being a conservative means being politically ignorant in almost every instance, and that comes with a lot of misterminology. Well, Dad, it is all irrational thinking, which is potentially harmful, but there's a pretty big difference between the harm that's caused by, like, being a Sandy Hook truther or a Jewish question truther, and being like just a regular fucking 9/11 truther, you know? There's a difference, I think. A pretty substantive one at that. Nice. We look ugly as shit, but we're gonna go with it. I have not, Flick. Well, that's true gay fash, but obviously semantically. Are spirit science truthers harmful? Yes, that video personally and directly harmed me. Can we focus? 9/11 conspiracy theorists are often also JQers. It didn't used to be that way, you know. I feel like we're reaching a singularity here, where pretty soon everyone is either going to be a leftist or a Nazi. Balthazar with the $5. Also, the US and USSR made some amazing planes at the end of the Cold War. Even Bill Nye, who had connection to high-spec planes, confirmed this. Wait, do you not believe in the moon landing? Listen, I'm not here to shame you. I'm not here to name and shame you, okay, comrade? I mean, there's no denying some... Get down here. Dude. Dude, I'm not stupid. The lighting engine isn't working the same on you. Okay, sure. That's true. Yeah, baby house. Listen, pretty soon the world will be divided into 3 factions. Everyone will be a Marxist, a neo-Nazi, or they'll be singing about how Hillary Clinton needs to come back while doing the high hopes dance, okay? Could be true, Timecube Priest. Could be true. Block Caligula. I'll be going over that on Monday, or Tuesday, I think. I would love to go on the Joe Rogan show. Not only would that be an enormous amount of exposure, but as much as I disagree with him, I think he'd be a pretty good person to chat to, you know? Nah, monsters, I'm just playing through the story first, but we might have fun at some point. Still gonna go over the fake university thing? Yeah, totally. Balthazar with $5. I'm saying humans are capable of developing flying craft that idiot pilots think are UFOs. They're pilots, not engineers. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, comrade, by the way, for the donations. I really do appreciate it. Misinterpreted your statement there. Do you think the U.S. deliberately didn't defend Pearl Harbor? I don't know. Guys, we're asking some really heavy fucking political questions right now. Can we... Oh, wow, Hyena, you're a fucking piece of shit. Apparently, my girlfriend, who has only streamed, like, twice, by the way, got a bunch of patrons. I don't even think I have a $20 patron. And she hasn't even thanked them. Disgusting. Oh my god! Poop missile! Okay. Up here is the only real remaining challenge. Are there any decent aspects to conservatism? You could argue, stronger community bonds, maybe, an emphasis on tradition and family values. I don't think these things are necessarily good, though, but they would be cited as positive examples. Every month is Destroy Dick December for me, okay? What's a conspiracy you believe in? I don't, for the most part. I think I subscribe pretty rationally. Balthazar with the $2. What's the harm level of the Hibernian conspiracy theory? Ha! Believing in that old trite? Well, not very harmful at all, considering there's no merit to it whatsoever. Learn your place. Go! These two will absolutely fuck my asshole if I try to fight them right now. Is it really a conspiracy theory to say Epstein didn't kill himself? I feel like you have to be a conspiracy theorist to believe he did kill himself. We gotta play this really careful. Fall off? Yes! You're fucking dead! Yes, because the official word is that he killed himself? Okay, fine. Then I believe the exact same conspiracy theory that every other human being on Earth believes in, which is that Epstein didn't kill himself. Didn't you once say you thought maybe Bush knew about 9/11 beforehand, that he just wanted justification for the Iraq War? Yeah, I said that like earlier this stream. I don't think he knew that 9/11 was going to happen. I think it's reasonable that our intelligence agencies provided information that maybe would have indicated like a higher level of security clearance should have been required like at airports. As in we should have like cracked down a little bit harder, maybe like been preparing for something, but that information was ignored because it was known where that attack would come from and what could be done with that attack in terms of political justifications. So is that conspiratorial? Yeah, it is pretty conspiratorial, but I don't like use this info into my day-to-day life, and I don't care about it really. The American government does far worse things like every single day than just that. Like I don't care. If someone had like pulled my fucking like put a gun to my head and they're like, how, like, all right, you have to be honest with me. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you care about what happened during 9/11, or I'll fucking kill you? I'd probably answer like a 0.5 to a 1. I really don't fucking care. Why would I waste my time obsessing over a conspiracy theory that indicates that the President of the United States of America may or may not have had some level of understanding of a terrorist attack that would happen in the near future, when it's been known America has done this before, when there are so many non-conspiratorial, much more obvious examples of impropriety and misbehavior on the part of our executive branch that I can point to. Like, it's just not that relevant. Isn't there another thing? There's like a thing hanging here that I need to get. Come on, guys, help me out. Help me out. There's like another thing here. I think it's like a body hanging off the edge or something. What do you think about Fuentes' argument that the definition of a nation is tied to ethnicity? I think it's a non-argument. Oh, it's a non-argument. It is a complete non-argument. What they're trying to do there is redefine what nationalist means so they don't have to come off as ethno-nationalist. Like, I could say the exact same thing. Oh, well, America's a democracy. Well, democracy means that democratic workplaces as well. So I don't actually advocate for socialism. I just advocate for democracy. To say I advocate for socialism is redundant. Like, I could make that exact same argument. But it's obviously historically unfounded. Nations have been founded with different ethnic groups since the beginning of time. The beginning, like as long as nations have existed, as a concept, they have been founded with different ethnic groups. There's no denying this. I guess unless you're a neo-Nazi. Don't worry about that one, Lily. There we go. Finally a relevant ring. There's a difference between nations, countries, and states, though. A state is an all-encompassing term for any kind of like legal body that occupies a given geological area. A country, like a state, can refer to like anything. That's why you refer to states as well. If you really wanted to, you could refer to cities as states. That's why, I mean, we literally have the term city-state. To say a city-state implies a degree of autonomy non-existent in American cities, but you could do that anyway. A country is a state of some kind. Like the Vatican? Yeah. The country is a state that has a national, what we would describe to be a national element to it. So this usually decrees some kind of political independence. It usually means that that this place will have like their own flag, their own independent like executive body, for example. And again, these definitions overlap and blur. They don't have strict, mutually exclusive definitions. And then finally, a nation is which is always called its nation state. So a nation is by definition a state. It's also by definition a country. A nation is a state that comes along with the mentality and philosophy associated with states. Or with states following like the Enlightenment, like following the existence of kingdoms. So a nation is like the follow-up to a kingdom. A kingdom can be a state, and it can be a country as well, but it can't be a nation. A nation has a specific civil structure. I'm not educated enough to fully distinguish what separates a nation from a country, or what makes something a nation when it could otherwise be a country but not a nation. But that's the basic distinction in political science. I'm confused now. How would one distinguish a state from a government? Oh, a government is completely different. A government literally just refers to any form of governance. So, can a kingdom have nationalism? In a colloquial sense, yes, but they wouldn't have called it nationalism back then. And the idea of nationalism didn't really exist back when kingdoms existed. They would have called it like patronage or civil, or you know what I mean? To your king. It wasn't about the country, it was about the king. You owed your fealty to the king, or to whatever lord you worked under. But it's not, yeah, it's piety, yeah, exactly, or piety. It's the king itself, not the idea of the nation state. That's possible, Horky. Maybe if something can be a nation without it being a state. But a government doesn't have to be a state. It just refers to any form of government whatsoever. Historically, the nation state was sort of based out of ethnicity. That doesn't support Fuentes' point. Yeah, Wooly, but the nation state, as it has existed for hundreds of years now, has been a political construction, not an ethnic construction. Every single country, France, Germany, England, America, all of these countries were founded not out of ethnic... Well, they were founded in many cases out of ethnic supremacy, but their ethnicity was not an intrinsic tie to the existence of the nation. Yep, that's all 4 countries, to the ethnicity of the nation. If that was the case, then why do none of these constitutions specifically name the ethnicity they were built for? They don't. They don't do that. And the reason for that is because these countries were initially, at least the liberal ones, interested in ideas and often race more so than they were specific ethnic backing. And again, here's another thing to keep in mind. Ethnicity isn't race. So even if Fuentes over there wants to make the argument that, Hey, whoa, rude! Oh wait, we're running. Whew. So even if Fuentes over there wants to make the argument that a nation, an ethno-state is just a nation, even though nobody uses that way and nobody has used it that way for centuries, that doesn't change the fact that ethnicity doesn't mean white. White is a race. And ethnicity would be something like Anglo-Saxon, which Fuentes isn't. Are you kidding me? All right. I deserve that. I looked away. I looked at the camera. I looked away. That was on me. Ethnicity can refer to a lot of stuff. For example, France, that's an ethnicity. Being French is an ethnicity. Being Italian, being Irish, but he's not advocating for an ethno-state. Not a real ethno-state. Because if he did, that would mean only Anglo-Saxons, which were the founding stock of this country. If you want to go back and read, you can find that the founding fathers were complaining about immigration back hundreds of years ago. Do you know what ethnic group they were complaining about? The Germans. Germans, the people who would later go on to become the Nazis, the Aryans. They were complaining about them. They complained that the founding stock of this country was being corrupted by the German presence. Now, mind you, if you look at an Anglo-Saxon and look at a German next to one another, you're going to see two extremely similar looking people as ethnicities go. In fact, if you took away all the cultural elements like clothing and stuff and language, and just set Anglo-Saxons and Germanic people or Nordic people next to each other, I'd be willing to bet most of the time these people would look basically the same, with some small individual variants. I think Nords are a little bit taller and maybe a bit paler, for the most part. And I don't think anyone is calling for an America free of Germanic influence, or at the very least, if they are, I certainly haven't seen it. It was on Sargon. It was like a COD Daily, Communist Scum. He has like 4 channels. I have no idea why. Yeah, only a tiny fraction of the white people in this country are Anglo-Saxon. Most of the white people here in America are descendants from other ethnicities, whether that be German, Polish, Spanish, Irish, Italian, or some Nordic country, some Horgebjorga country up there. Is this bitch reading? Listen, she's a powerful reader. Knowledge is power, okay? So if you were actually to create an ethno-state in accordance with the ethnic preferences of the founding stock of the country, you would have to remove more than 9/10 of America. Wait, where do we get the key from? Wait, fuck off. Well, Fuentes said that what was brought up, oh yeah, but expanding it to let Germans in is reasonable, but letting people of a whole different race in is too far. Well, then he's not talking about an ethno-state, is he? He's talking about a race state. Does it make me not ethnically American to be a Cajun? There are, like, no ethnically American people. Balthazar with $5, is it too late to do Nazi Survivor? I'd love to see Slippery Nick get booted off the island along with Jellybean Meter and his other clowns. That would be pretty goddamn fun. It's not too late. It's never too late. You need to go through that door from the other side. Ah, shit, you're right. Okay, yes, Native Americans are ethnically American. Yeah, okay, just shut the fuck up. Yeah, you've outwoked me. My apologies. But yes, But yes, ethnically American would be a Native American person. So you're not really talking about an ethno-state at any point. The door is over here, right? Let me just check to make sure the door is... Yeah, here it is. Okay, yeah, and you get the key. All right, cool. So notice how quickly he'll back off that point. Well, actually, nationalism means ethnic nationalism, even though nobody uses it that way, and there are nations all over the world with tons of different ethnicities, including our own. Actually, these two words mean the same thing, which conveniently spares me from having to openly advocate for an ethno-state. Oh, an ethno-state? Okay, so you just want Anglo-Saxons, the founding stock of the country. Are you comfortable with yourself and basically every other white person in this country getting deported because they're not part of the founding stock? Oh, well, it's reasonable to let white ethnicities in. Ah, well then you're not really talking about ethno-states, are you? By the way, the Founding Fathers didn't think it was reasonable. The Founding Fathers wrote on how much the Germanic influence was corrupting America. So it kind of seems like the Founding Fathers didn't think that was a reasonable addition. They just accepted it because this country wasn't founded as an ethno-state. Because the Founding Fathers had no intention of excluding other ethnicities from the country to begin with.
Gracious lad.
Give me my key. That's how you respond to that. Obviously, that's a little bit winded, but... Oh yeah, didn't I get the spiked mace? Where is it? Give me. Oh, I don't have the dex for the spiked mace. Holy shit, that weapon is heavy. Nino, I'm pretty sure he's just a fash. Was George Washington a good president in your eyes? There is one thing that George Washington did that I respect him for. I respect George Washington for this thing specifically. I'm fine saying that. I'm comfortable making that assertion. It was actually in relation to a quote from Napoleon. George Washington had just settled out his second term, and Napoleon said, "If George Washington steps down after this term, he will become the most powerful man in the world, or like the most impressive man in the world." Keep in mind, this was the 18th century. The idea of a political official stepping down from power is insane. Like, that's like unprecedented. A political official willingly abdicating power? But he did it. He didn't want to lead anymore. He stepped down. That's an honorable ass move right there. That is what I will say about him. Why am I over here right now? Yeah, he willingly abdicated power for just like Evo Morales. Exactly. How come Nazis don't go hard on Native Americans? I don't think Nazis believe Native Americans really exist anymore. They're just like the last remnants of a conquered race. The whiteys have dusted over. I don't think they really consider them or think about them very much. Which, to be fair, most Americans don't. Who is or was the best president in U.S. history? Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln was the best president in United States history. Yeah, it is gay fish. They're super dead. Yeah, when Sargon called me ethnically American, what the fuck does that mean? I'm ethnically Polish-Irish. What the fuck are you talking about? Ethnically American? Okay, dude. What about FDR? FDR was cool, I guess. Why Lincoln? Okay. We... The Japanese internment camps were pretty cringe, yeah. Yeah, Lincoln did talk with Marx. That did happen. What the fuck makes you something ethnically? Okay, so ethnicity has two basic definitions. All right. An ethnicity refers to like a common collective culture, group, language somewhere out in the world, okay? So like English or French or Italian, or you can subdivide that even more. Like China has like 40 ethnicities in it because China's huge with a bunch of different segmented communities, you know? So that's that. Oh! Oh! Oh, no attack for you, no. Ah, got you mid-strike. Get out of here. What was I saying? Hey, what was I saying? Guys, someone remind me what I was saying. Help. Ethnicity. Oh, yes. An ethnicity refers to a collective common culture, ethnic group, language, stuff like that. It's whether like you can subdivide ethnicities basically infinitely if you really want to. But people generally agree on like large collective ethnicities that give people a common sense of identity. The Kurds are another example. The Han Chinese. The various like native tribes, for example, have different ethnicities, even though like racially they're probably pretty similar. That's what an ethnicity means, like in a descriptive sense. Your personal ethnicity can refer to one of two things. It can refer either to which of those groups you identify with, or which of those groups you hail from. Typically, the one you identify with will also be the one you hail from, but you can hail from one without identifying with it. So, for example, if I am asked for my ethnicity, if somebody asks me for my race, I say white. I'm obviously non-Hispanic white. That's what I put on the census and the questions. You know what I mean? That's pretty obvious. If I'm asked for my ethnicity, I always say the same thing, which is Polish or Irish. If if I'm for some reason given a prompt for that, because those are my ethnicities. That's where I hail from. I'm a fourth generation immigrant, I think. Aren't they supposed to pop up? I'm a fourth generation immigrant. My great grandparents, I'm pretty sure, were the first ones to come to this country. I forget which side, the Polish, Irish side. No, I think the Irish side of my family came over much more recently than the Polish side, because I've seen videotapes of my Polish relatives, like polka dancing, like fucking lunatics in Poland. They look like idiots. It was very cool. So, whatever the case is, I'm either a third or fourth generation immigrant, Polish or Irish. But if you ask me, like, do I identify with Polish or Irish culture? No. I'm an American. Like, I'm obviously an American. I don't do or say anything that leans Irish or Polish. I don't wear those clothings. I don't identify with any of those cultures or communities. But they are nonetheless my ethnicity, because that's where I hail from. That's the demographic from which I arrived here. This is typically how ethnicity is treated. It can either mean what do you identify with, or where you're from. So, for example, I grew up in LA. What about Irish Laddie then? Well, why do you think I dropped the name? Because I no longer identify with it. It was just a pathetic bid 6th grade me tried to engage in to have a personality, and it didn't work. Now, we're gonna get fucking jumped down here. We're gonna get jumped. We lean it to the side. What? What the fuck was that? Thank you. It's coming. Woo! Nope. So anyway, I knew a lot of Koreans when I grew up, and they were like really American. Like they were born here. Hey, Claudia Brown, how is post-Sargon stream? Well, every stream is going to be a post-Sargon stream, right? Because it already happened. It's chill. I'm just playing Dark Souls poorly. You know how it is. And a lot of these Korean girls, like, their families came from Korea. Some of them were second-generation immigrants. Some of them were even first-generation. I'm sorry. Many of their families were third generation. Some of them were second generation, meaning that their parents had come here. But in spite of that, they acted American. They spoke English as their first language. They were hip with the American iconography and language and culture and what have you. If I asked them ethnically where they're from, they would say they were Korean. They would say, oh, I'm Korean. Oh, what's your ethnicity? Oh, I'm Korean. But if you ask them, what culture do you identify with? They would say they're American. Because they didn't do anything with or about Korea. They didn't speak Korean. They just fucking chilled out, you know?
Who is that little...
She wants me to touch her. I'll do it. Get in there.
Yes, there you are. So close, indeed. And I am not
Are you aware some people compare the race of humans to dog breeds? Is that a Nazi talking point I've never heard of until recently? It's a pretty common Nazi talking point. It also pretty much underlies their, you know, brain damage. The reason why there are so many different dog breeds is because purity-obsessed weirdos fucking fastidiously crossbred them to bring out certain genetic features. Humans have never been subjected to that kind of genetic engineering at any point. Even slaves, even black slaves, weren't subjected to eugenics anywhere near what dog breeds have. Why am I forgetting something? Guys! When do I do the Hodrick? Hodrick is after the Road of Sacrifices? I'm losing interest. I'm just gonna kill the fucking tree. No, not his summon sign. I mean, where do you get kidnapped by him to join the Moundmaker's Covenant? Should I debate Sargon? He hasn't given me a subject he wants to debate me. Claudia Brown, I'm not saying this to insult you, because I'm bringing myself into this. The only reason Sargon is interested in debating people like you and me, because we're pretty small compared to him, is because he's losing relevance. I'm not saying that means you shouldn't debate him. You probably should. I mean, you're smart. I think you can handle it, 100%. Just make sure you don't have any moderators. If you're what you need to do is set a topic, just a single topic on the subject, and grill him on that one topic. Yeah, Gyro. Yeah, Gyro. Should a society engage in eugenics to remove heritable diseases and the such? There's an argument to be made for it. I would have to like bear it out in the details. If you could passively disincentivize people from breeding if they had the super genetically heritable bomb virus that turned their children into bombs, which would nuke entire cities, then maybe I think like we could probably make good arguments for that. I don't know. Kraut or Karlgon, which debate discussion was worse for you? Whoa, Karlgon is way worse than Kraut. Don't insult Kraut like that. I disagree with a ton of the shit he says, but Karlgon is infinitely worse than Kraut. Count Dankula's Fash, yes. Wasn't able to watch the full debate. How would you summarize it? A waste of time. Never failure. Yeah, I do. I've said that before. I've said that in tweets and over the stream. I'll say it again, too, because next time I do a politics stream, I'll be talking about this. No! I thought the Kraut convo took a weird turn. Well, the weird thing with the Kraut convo is that I didn't realize he was an actual Islamophobe. Like, Kraut is reasonable for the most part, but he's an actual Islamophobe. I wasn't actually ready for that. Oh yeah. Listen, can we focus on the important part here? How fucking wild is it that I got $6.7 thousand. Wait, what? 6.7 thousand viewers. A peak during that stream. Oh, I know, Stalking Fan. I know. $6.7 thousand concurrence is, I think, basically double my previous maximum. Now, obviously, that was a special occasion, but hey, good signs are coming. I wonder if how much dinero? Do you actually want to know how much money I made from that stream? I tend to be pretty open about my income, but I recognize, of course, that, you know, talking about it may make some people feel weird. Yes. On a conservative estimate, I think I didn't have access to all the numbers because YouTube glitched out and didn't show all of the super chats, but I probably made in the ballpark of 1.7. Yeah, of course, Hyena. $1.7 thousand, or possibly slightly more. Which, by the way, just to point out, not even going to come close to the chemo I'm going to need after that discussion, okay? I just keep in perspective that fucking payday came with medical bills attached. So besides Lily Orchard and Christy Winters, who would you say are true SJW types? Maybe Christiosity? How much dono money would you need to do it again? There is no amount of donation money that would You so No! Cringe! I hate those little fucking slaves. Ugh, back in my day, we used to enslave those little fucking pieces of shit! When they look up, they see a face like mine, literally because they're 4 feet tall. It happens, Moz. But it's my job to remain calm, even in frustrating environments. If I can't do that, that's my fault. Would I ever debate Crowder if there wasn't a moderator? Would I ever debate one of the largest conservatives in the world with 4 million subscribers? Yes. I would do that with a moderator, too. I would do that with any possible handicap. So what was I saying? You're free to, Flake. I have no free time. What was I saying? Oh yeah, no amount of money would make me debate Sargon, or no reasonable amount of money would make me want to debate Sargon with the moderator again. If Sargon wants to come on and debate without the moderator, I'm 100% okay with that. What's with the stream's inconsistent speed? Uh-oh. We've been streaming for a while, and I have yet to drop a single frame. Is everyone else fine here? Is the stream functioning properly for everyone? Okay, it's good? Okay, just making sure. We had that really weird internet outage earlier. I don't know what would have caused that, but it was pretty obnoxious. There have recently been some updates to Streamlabs that have been very troubling, that have made it much more difficult to recover after an internet crash. I need to work on a solution for that. Is the cage man there? No, the cage man's further up. BBH house, I have not. For the most part, guys, it should be noted, for the most part, I think I'm pretty good at keeping a decent temperament in unfair situations. I mean, I can point to my discussion with the kill stream as an example of that. The kill stream discussion was like full, like 100% attempts to tilt me, and I think I handled it pretty excellently. Big Muff with the $5. Thank you. Hey, I won No Nut November. Can I get a nice meme? You won No Nut November? Holy shit. Nice meme, comrade. Holy fuck. Behind that spike fence, go off the roof? Well, as long as I don't die. Down there? No, that's just the village. Just this way? At certain points of the Marxist theory debate against Sargon, Sargon had a better grasp of Marxist theory than Vaush. I will not accept this slander. In what way did Sargon, who didn't know what bourgeois and proletariat meant, understand more about Marxism than me? I will usually take criticism, but in this regard specifically, I am flabbergasted. Up on the rooftop where the ladder points? This is not my first time playing Dark Souls 3. I'm just bad. Fuck you. Any out? Oh! Let me in. Let me in! casual thing to do, by the way. Totally ordinary thing to do when you see a wandering fucking zombie. Just hop on in. Thoughts on Critical? I don't know anything about Critical except for that one video he did. Did I ever want to fuck a teacher? Of course! Who didn't want to fuck teachers? Block Caligula? I don't think so, because I think the uneducated also should have an ability to weigh in on what's going on in society. It's not even a matter of ableism. I just believe democracy should be for the people, whether they're informed or not, you know?
Well, this... Oh. Yes, it...
Let me in! Thank you. Thank you. Did I ever want to fuck Astfolo? I've never seen the anime Astfolo is from, and I find... frankly, they have a very unimpressive design. Wait, hold on. The proletariat is that class in society which lives entirely from the sale of its labor and does not draw profit from any kind of capital, whose weal and woe, whose life and death, whose sole existence depends on the demand for labor. Hence, on the changing state of business and the vagaries of unbridled composition, the proletariat or class proletariats is, in a word, the working class of the 19th century. Wait, Mother Jones, yeah, I knew that. He disagreed with that. He said the proletariat just meant poor people. I pointed out that there are only two groups in Marxist economics. The proletariat and the bourgeois. I agree with that point.
You'll take...
Thank you.
It is for you.
Alright, now we can do it. Now we can kill Big Tree. Vaush definitely made some mistakes on Marxian theory with respect to the middle class, because the middle class doesn't mean anything in the context of Marxian theory. When we use middle class here in America, we're referring to people of a certain income bracket. Marx didn't talk about income brackets. Marx talked about your relationship to the means of production. When Sargon said that Karl Marx predicted there would be no middle class, this is a non sequitur. What does he mean? Petite bourgeois? Like this is literally a non sequitur when it comes to discussions of Marxian theory. Are tenants capitalists? What? Marx does talk of the middle class. Yeah, but when Marx speaks of the middle class, he's not referring to what we refer to as the middle class. He's not referring to like people of a given income distribution. He's talking, what he referred to was like tradesmen, people who aren't mere wage laborers, but people who don't like control great capital, who drive a living from the interstice between those two groups. There is literally no relationship between what Karl was using to mean the middle class and Marxian theory. And I'm not trying to be crabby about this. I accept many criticisms, but the idea that Karl came off there looking like he knew anything about Marxian economics was fucking... I mean, that's ridiculous. Yeah, also he changed his definition of the middle class constantly. The middle class means people who are between this income bracket. Well, actually, the middle class means tradesmen and self-employed people. Well, actually, like, of course. He literally didn't know what proletariat meant. What's the best boss in our Dark Souls? I'm sorry. I know it's a very, very cold take. Slave Knight Gale is just such an impeccable boss fight. Yeah, race and IQ shit. Are the self-employed proles? Whether the self-employed would be either petit bourgeois or they would be, which means like small business person, apparently. Whoa! Yeah, Champion Gundyr is really high up there as well. Or you could argue that they're just like workers, because even though they're self-employed, even though they own their labor, they are nonetheless the ones doing the actual work. All right, where are the placements again? Where are we? Where are we? Oh, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do the slap. Do you still think the middle class are proletariat? Mother Jones, if a person fits within the economic bracket of the middle class, that is to say they make a given amount per year, but they work and labor for their living and don't own capital, yes, they are the proletariat. I even said in my debate, a person who's middle class could be bourgeois or proletariat. They're not inherently either. Most of them will be proletariat, though, because there are many more people in the middle class than there are business owners. Nope. All right. Egg! Mother Jones, it's really weird to me that you would impugn me for ignorance on Marxian economics when you're asking me if I still believe the middle class are proletariat. That's really weird. No, 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 no. Do it. Does anyone remember when I asked if Sargon had pretended to read Capital, did he say he skimmed it or did he say he actually read it? Can this motherfucker not stand up? Have you seen how chunky he is? Of course he can't stand up. Oh, he said he read it a long time ago. Oh yeah, and then I said he had a 6th grader's understanding of Marxian economics. Okay. At least I was mean to him. He's gonna do it. Howdy, reviewer radical. How'd you not die from that fall? Gameplay reasons, okay? Don't worry about it. Block Caligula, even if a democratic election leads to the election of a horrible, horrible leader, I'd still prefer that system for election, even if it sometimes produces bad outcomes. I'm not a results-driven person. What we call the middle class generally have no members that belong to the proletariat. They have source of income that are not limited to their wage labor. Mother Jones, I don't know what definition of middle class you're going off of here, but there are enough people, there are many, many middle class people in this country who work for their labor. You know you can be wealthy and still a member of the proletariat, right? Like, for example, if you're a lawyer and you work at a law firm, even if you're making like $300,000 a year, you can still be a member of the proletariat because you're still working. The proletariat bourgeois division isn't meant to be a holistic description of a person's economic privilege. It's meant to be a description of one's relationship to the means of production. Whether or not someone is middle class does not inherently mean they are either bourgeois or proletariat. Is there a way to make it say Radical Reviewer? Radical Reviewer, we need to get you a blue name. We can change your name, I think. I'd have to ask White Nervosa how to do that. I saw Carlgon trying to get a rematch, and I was like, hell to the no, Lamau, Dim Tool is next. Wait, did Sargon say he wanted a rematch? I think a lawyer would be what Lenin considered the labor aristocracy. Oh, undoubtedly, but they would still be proletariat. Even if you're a member of the labor aristocracy, you are still technically. Radical Reviewer is unquestionably a content producer, and I respect him quite a bit. In fact, for a while now, I've actually wondered whether or not Reviewer Radical was Radical Reviewer, just because they didn't have a blue name. Isn't that white-collar work? Yeah, it's white-collar work, but you can still, if it's work, it's proletariat. Labor aristocracy refers to people who are laborers, but nonetheless operate in the upper echelon of society. So prominent lawyers and doctors will typically fall within this purview. Lawyers, doctors, higher tier artists sometimes, like for example, wealthy or famous architects, or musicians are another good example. Musicians are technically workers. Rihanna works. In that sense, though Rihanna owns quite a bit of stuff as well. But you can be a very prominent musician and just be a worker. Hold on. The proletariat are only supposed to have a source of income that come from their wage labor, but people who are making hundreds of thousands a year usually invest their money in stocks. The proletariat is not as a whole working, but a type of working class. Mother Jones, you can be middle class and not make hundreds of thousands of years. Hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, and you can make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year and make it off of your own income. Your own labor. There's no relationship. You can even be lower class and technically be a member of the petite bourgeois. You can be lower class and still like own a chain of shitty, dingy restaurants. That's totally possible.
Welcome.
Now, obviously, the more money you're making, the more likely it is that you own something. But by the way, I reject this idea that owning stocks makes you a member of the bourgeois. Like, what, if you drop like 50 bucks on Robin Nest or something, that instantly means that you're like a member of the bourgeoisie? I don't think so. In a functional sense, being a member of the bourgeoisie means that you own capital. You have the power to manipulate that economic force. You can be middle class and proletariat or not. Yeah, that's what I said in my debate with Sargon, that the two concepts aren't inherently tied to one another. Do the labor aristocracy have the same interest as the rest of the proletariat that deserve death during the revolution? Comrade, nobody deserves death during the revolution. What are you talking about? No, 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 no. Labor aristocracy have historically sided more with the bourgeoisie than they have the proletariat, because they tend to be wealthy, and wealthy people tend not to experience the economic anxieties that typify what it means to be poor. Because they don't experience those anxieties, they don't sympathize with the needs of the proletariat. That's basically how it tends to go. Again, just remember, the bourgeois proletariat dichotomy does not like holistically describe all economic privilege. Mother Jones, I guess if you want to be like a huge stickler for definitions, you can say that owning any stocks means you're no longer a member of the proletariat, but that seems like a really useless, like I don't get any utility from using terms that way. Like, we're members of the proletariat and they're bourgeois, they work. Oh, well, actually, I invested $30 on Robin stock, so... Oh, okay, you're not proletariat. Like, I don't know. It doesn't seem to describe, like, an economic reality. Carl was also misrepresenting the statistic that most American businesses are small businesses. Yeah, I didn't even know why he brought that up at first. Cargon is, like, actually so retarded, I actually couldn't fathom why he was bringing up the statistics he did. Which is my fault, by the way. That's my fault. Not his, well, it is his fault, but it's my fault as well. That's 3 times today, comrades. So the stock only makes you bourgeois if you can exert that power over a company. The bourgeois are described as bourgeois for a reason. It's not just some typified, like, oh, technically you own 0.1% in this company. It means you occupy some sort of economic class. I don't think the term proletariat has very much application in modern first world countries. It only really is... Oh, Mother Jones, no wonder you disagree. You're a third worldist. You don't believe there's a first world proletariat. Okay, well, then I disagree with you on, like, everything, then. The reality of most Americans' lives is that they are proletariat. They work for wage labor. But again, whatever. Disagree. I don't care. Whatever. It's cool. We're both lefties. Anyway, it's my own fault that I couldn't follow the incredible contortions of Sargon's brain. Oh, shit. This guy's a fucking pain in the ass. Can we even parry him? Well, maybe we can, but it wasn't with that attempt. We definitely can. We definitely can. Jesus Christ, this guy is so fucking aggro. Activating Dark Souls skill. Holy shit, dude. Let me out! Are you kidding me? Okay, well... Why is Sargon so obsessed with small businesses? I legitimately don't know what point he was trying to prove there. I'm not Radical Reviewer. I don't watch much television. Whew. Oh, you followed me. I'm aware for my report. Probably shouldn't have stopped there. I think the point Sargon was trying to make was like, capitalism isn't a problem because you're saying economic exploitation only happens in big businesses, and look, most businesses are small businesses? Like, I don't know. Also, man, that point he made when he said that economic consolidation isn't happening, there are more billionaires than ever, when that's literally what happens when you consolidate wealth. More and more people become exorbitantly wealthy. Oh boy. Can you actually fuck off? Have a good one, Wadu19. No, I didn't. Hey. Hey, what's up? I thought you guys typically turn around sometime in the middle of the cathedral. Okay, no worries. We'll see, Drunk Nihilism. Let me get the weapon that I want. The late Garrett, that just means you have a bad teacher. I took sociology where we discussed Max Weber's and Marx's perspectives on economics. They were never framed that way. That's a ridiculous way to frame economics. Marx was an economist. Max Weber talked about a lot of shit. Fuck! Max Weber didn't really offer like a holistic economic perspective. Max Weber talked about a lot of stuff, but I don't think anyone... There are people who talk about Weberian economics, but I don't think it can be fairly compared to the extent to which Marx contributed to economic perspectives. Can you explain what third worldism is? Third worldism is the idea that there are no proletariat here in the West, here in the developed world, in the first world, that all proletariat are actually in the third world. It essentially like replaces the traditional proletariat bourgeois divide with the bourgeois being Westerners and the proletariat being the developing world. I don't like it because I think it's incredibly simplistic, and it paints over the fact that there is significant economic divide within our own countries, and that the proletariat in our country, what I would call the proletariat, have a shared economic incentive to the proletariat of other countries. So I don't understand. America has massive income inequality. It seems kind of weird that when 80% of this country lives paycheck to paycheck, there are people going like, well, other people over there have it worse. So like, you guys aren't even really oppressed, really. Yeah, it's also unnecessarily sectarian. Like, what are we gaining from this dichotomy? Like, what are we... We can use the traditional framing of bourgeois proletariat and then also say, oh, but guys, also, we have to recognize the developed world has it worse. What are your thoughts on Hassan? I think that Hassan has some bad takes sometimes and has difficulty expressing his opinions. I also think he's really hot and that he generally has a pretty good heart. I agree with his politics in almost every instance. One of the main problems is that a lot of these people, like, the times that I see their political takes are when they're arguing with Destiny. And Destiny, in spite of being wrong about many things, is a very, very good debater. So it's possible that my opinion of these people is being colored by their proximity to Destiny. I think that soon universal welfare will mean there will be no proletariat left in the world. Mother Jones, you just said you agreed proletariat means you can't benefit from the labor of other people. What is universal welfare? Does the existence of regular welfare mean you're not proletariat? I have no idea. Don't first world workers have a greater predilection for reactionary stances compared to the third world? Radical Reviewer, I'm pretty sure that poor people in the third world are also pretty fucking reactionary. Generally speaking, people in the working class are pretty stupid and reactionary because they're deliberately deprived of resources to educate themselves. They're also manipulated much more easily by the ruling class. So I think the poor in basically every country have tendencies towards reactionary values. Not trying to be blith or anything with that. I just, from what I've seen and researched, that just seems to be the case across the board. That's not the case with all poor people, of course, but... Fuck you. Robo Fury Man, that's the simpler way to do that would just to ensure cooperative ownership of the means of production. Worst areas across all the Souls games? I really didn't like the Earthen Peaks in Dark Souls 2. Isn't Hassan a Soakdem? No, Hassan's a socialist. If you receive welfare, you're getting a non-wage source of income that makes you not a proletariat? Okay, Mother Jones, I cannot contend with you if you actually believe receiving any sort of welfare means you're no longer proletariat. Even back in the early days of the Industrial Revolution, there were ways for the working class to like take advantage of welfare or social systems or like forms of communal like wage distribution. So like if that's the case, then like no one's ever a proletariat. There are no proletariat in America. There are no proletariat in most countries. I'm pretty sure welfare exists even in most developing countries. Well, Nether, maybe he's got a brain tumor. Do you think it's moral to have children if you know that there are very high likelihood you'll give them a painful or terminal illness? I don't think that's very moral. The problem with the third world has it worse than the first argument is that these people invoke the fallacy of relative privation. Essentially, what they're arguing is that it's better to be stabbed than shot since the former is less severe. Yeah, actually, if you're just talking about suicide rates, don't American white people have it even worse? If we're talking about just unbridled depression and misery, I mean, then we're not really talking about economic classes. We're talking about social alienation, right? I don't know. Things just get complicated really quickly. The reason Marx and Engels were distrustful of welfare wasn't because it would magically turn all of the proletariat into bourgeois or non-proles or whatever. It was because he was suspicious of the idea of the exploitative elements of capitalism being furthered into perpetuity by a system that, like, meagerly compensates for its deficiencies without meaningfully changing how it operates. It's about perpetuating a bad system. But he didn't do it because he, like, thought it magically made them not workers. No problem, RoboFury, man. Wait, so what you're saying is Yang Gang? No more proletariat, boys. Can we fucking chill? I've played this game so many times, I still have no idea what these attack animations are. They just happen. Rat Resistance, have a good one. I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you for the company and the generosity. I hate Yang so much. And he doesn't he doesn't give a shit about you. Look who's winning now, boys. Yang 2020 making it all the way to the White House. Secretary, I can't in good faith recommend something I'm not familiar with. Yeah, there are plenty of places of Africa has seen some pretty astonishing social and economic gains over the past few decades. You never got past Boreal Valley? The Boreal Valley warriors are pretty tough to deal with until you recognize their patterns and learn to stop dodging backwards or into them. What's my favorite sociologist? I don't know, probably me. What are the implications of the Age of Dark? Raging Red Fox, don't get me started. That's like a fucking 4-hour long... That's like a fucking dissertation... That's a goddamn thesis, okay? These fucking guys. Come at me, bruv. Hey, you too. Favorite Dark Souls 3 ending? Honestly, probably just the normal one. What's the Age of Dark? That's fucking... Let's get to it. So, in the world of Dark Souls, the world is trapped in a perpetual cycle of the Ages of Fire and the Ages of Dark. Essentially, what happened was, a very long time ago, by the point in Dark Souls 3, possibly even millions of years ago, a man named Gwyn, a god, or at least they called them gods, he's essentially a very powerful humanoid, seized the first flame after it erupted suddenly underground. You see, prior to that point, there was no warmth in that world. No life, no death, no warmth, no dark, no contrast. All the contrast settings were turned down to 0. It was just endless void, just gray, over which the dragons ruled all. The dragons were the masters of that world. But Gwyn, after seeing the first flame erupt beneath the earth, he took a piece of it for himself, distributing the pieces of the first flame amongst him and his contemporaries, and began what was then known as the Age of Fire. The Age of Fire began with a bang. The first flame gave power to those who had it not previously, and he began a war against the great dragons. Gwyn, along with Seath the Scaleless, a dragon who was an outcast to his kind because he was born without scales, turned against the dragon hordes and discovered their weakness, lightning, which would travel through their impermeable armored plates and kill them, roast them from the inside. A great war between the gods and dragons began, and shortly thereafter, and by shortly I mean possibly centuries afterwards, the gods eventually prevailed. They settled and they created the great land of Anor Londo, the world of the gods, a city atop a mountain. Not even, I mean, the city was a mountain, a beautiful, beautiful city, upon which the gods could relax, make war plans, such and such. However, Gwyn was not the only one to seize the first flame. There was another that did as well. One piece of the first flame went to Gwyn, yes, another to Seath the Scaleless, one as well to Grave Lord Nito, the Lord of the Dead, and finally one to the Witch of Izalith, who began the arts of pyromancy, but it was one tiny, weak, malnourished segment of the first flame that was given to the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten, a small, pitiful creature that lurked the dark caverns beneath the world of Grey. He took in his hands the dark soul, and while the other gods sat mightily in their towers, drinking deep from the power the first flame gave them, the furtive pygmy took upon a different strategy. Rather than hoarding the power of the first flame for itself, it distributed it amongst its kind, amongst humans. The furtive pygmy broke apart the dark soul and imbued a tiny piece of its strength in every single human. The humans were an underclass for a very long time. I mean, they weren't gods. They were humans. Mortal, weak, powerless. But within each of them thrummed the dark soul. They set up colonies and settlements and kingdoms following the beginning of the Age of Fire, but they were always Untermensch to the gods. Little did the gods know the dark soul contained infinitely more power than they could have ever imagined. You see, humans work collectively. The gods, trifle, individualistic, easy to anger, easy to spite, easy to scorn. For their many conflicts, they were few in number, strong, yes, but nothing compared to the rapidly, ever-expanding civilizations the humans began to muster, and the gods began to worry. There was another worry on their minds. As the strength of humans grew, as the dark soul within their hearts began to thrum harder and harder, as the power of the dark sign grew more eminent across the world, so too did the first flame grow weaker, and Gwyn, Lord of the Gods, began to worry if the Age of Fire was finally coming to an end. So what more could he do? Gwyn, God of all gods, father of Anor Londo, sacrificed his burning spirit to the first flame, sacrificing his life, his soul, to the power, the heartbeat from which the entire Age of Fire thrummed. And he accomplished in this two things. He extended the Age of Fire, for powerful he was, and the first flame was nourished by his strength. But so too did he cast a curse upon the rest of the world, the curse of the dark sign. For what he had done in his foolishness, in his naivete, in his bravado, was a crime against the nature of the world. The Age of Fire was done, but he had prolonged it unnaturally. The dark sign's time was now, but he had forestalled it. He cast a curse, and the consequence of that curse was such that all those marked with the dark soul would have borne upon their hearts the dark sign, the inability to die. All humans, kept weak and in chains for countless millennia, were now cursed, bound to bonfires. They required nourishment from the first flame, or their souls would wither into nothing. They were immortal, their bodies wouldn't die, but their spirits? With every death, with every moment of ticking clock, their souls would grow weaker and weaker and weaker. Those cursed with the dark sign were met with an inextricable fate, one they couldn't escape no matter how hard they fought against it. To go hollow. That's what we're fighting right now. Not these little things, of course. But the humanoids we're fighting, these listless zombies, are humans who have lived life after life after life, beginning at first as human, as corporeal, as material, and as conscious as us. But with each successive death, they grew less and less themselves, and now they're just withered husks. This man will come back, and when he does, he will be even less himself than he was before. The inevitable fate of all humans is to go hollow. There is no other choice. We play as one such creature, or in the case of this game, an Unkindled, which I'll explain shortly, but they're effectively the same thing. This is the fate of all humans. The dark sign curse was cast across the breadth of humanity. Gwyn himself, the father of the gods, went hollow, having sacrificed his burning soul to the first flame, and humans, now bound to the warmth of the bonfires, now cursed to an eternal life of dwindling sentience, began to turn their eyes towards Anor Londo, towards the housing site of the first flame. How come the world isn't covered in hollows? It is Mako 56. Pay attention to the game I'm playing, especially to the later areas. This world is literally buried in death. Humans, cursed with the dark sign, began to send out expeditions to Anor Londo, the dying city of the gods, to find out why they were afflicted with the curse of the dark sign, what had happened to them, what had led to them being these cursed, shambling, undead horrors. Not all of them knew it was Gwyn. In fact, many of them didn't. In the first Dark Souls game, you are the first human to successfully uncover what took place, to learn what Gwyn did, to learn the curse he placed upon humanity. And at the end of that game, you have a choice. You either link the flame, the first flame, lending your strength to it and prolonging the Age of Fire even further, with your incredible strength having bested all the gods and warriors you did to get there, or you let it die. You see the corpse of the world you have walked across, you meet the first flame, and you realize the time of fire has ended, you will no longer be a part of it. And you step away, and you let it burn out. The Age of Dark is not known to be anything but this: a cold, gentle abyss, a deep, black ocean, a void in which humanity will find its home. Only the greatest seers have been able to foretell even a fragment of what might be seen in the Age of Dark. The most prominent of them, one of the bosses in this game, Aldrich of the Deep, who foresaw the future, an age of deep dark, and abandoned his responsibility to link the first flame, preparing instead for the Age of Dark to come. In Dark Souls 2, canonically, the first character you play as linked the first flame, and it's many cycles later, many cycles of the first flame being linked over and over and over again. At this point, much of the world is ground down to incomprehensible ash. Civilizations echoing the first come back and then fade into irrelevance once more. People die and come back and die again, relentlessly, over and over, grinding the world down into a habitual repetition of its original form. Always similar, never exactly the same. And in Dark Souls 3, we come across this. The situation we find ourselves now is this. The world has, at this point, undergone so many cycles, the first flame has been linked so many times, that many people, the great souls, the great warriors, that have been linking it this entire time, have now been set up on a schedule. The greatest warriors of history are brought back time and time again to sacrifice their souls to the first flame when the time comes. And at the beginning of the third game, they abandon their duty. The soldiers of Farron Keep, the Abyss Watchers, the great Lord of Giants, the Saint Aldrich of the Deep, and damn, who was the fourth Lord Soul? Not Lord Soul, sorry. The fourth Great Soul. The fourth one that you kill. Lorien, the twin princes. Lorien and Lothric, of the castle we've yet to return to. The four of them were resurrected, brought back so they could once more sacrifice their souls to this place. And the four of them turned, they walked away, they said no and they walked away. So you, the unkindled one, have been brought back and sent on a mission to recover the souls of the four, to bring them back and link the first flame one last time. Do you see this? The hollows we've been fighting, the zombies that we've been fighting in this game, still have a fragment of humanity left in them. There's still something beating inside their brains and hearts. But this right here is the inevitable fate of all humanity. This thing that we're looking at right now is alive. It can think. It can feel. I don't know if it knows that I'm there, but this is what it's locked into forever. Until the end of time, until the dark sign curse is broken, it's trapped in this body. If it's killed, it will come back even more decrepit than it is here. Most humans at this point have been relegated to this state. The planet is literally covered in trillions of corpses, buried in piles, ash and bone. Alive, thinking, suffering, unable to move, unable to think, unable to do anything. It happens to you too. That's why these games are so difficult. If you've ever played a Dark Souls game, you're playing as a cursed one, as a human who has the threat of going hollow. And if you ever stopped playing that game because it was too hard for you, you became one of them. You became another one of the humans to go hollow. Your character rezzed one more time at a bonfire and then sat down and stopped moving because the struggles of the world were too great for your spirit. There we go. How was that lore? I think I messed up a few names, but for the most part, I think that was pretty accurate. I'm gonna go back and get my fucking Estus back. Is Dark Souls leftist? Dark Souls is good. Where does Dark Souls 2 fit into the lore? Dark Souls 2 is meant to be a point in between Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3, where you're operating thousands of cycles into the Age of Fire, and things have grown incomprehensible, and the world is mashing itself into incomprehensibility. Pro Playing Games with the $5, thank you. Going to be interviewing Guxian for my philosophy podcast. The plan is to have a friendly talk about gender theory. As a brainlet straight cis dude, anything you think I should ask her? I have no idea. Guxian's pretty intelligent, comrade. As for gender theory, I don't actually know what her perspective is on gender abolitionism. Obviously, I have my own, bias in these regards. No, I treat her in good faith. I think it'll be a good discussion. Sorry, I don't have anything more interesting to say. I mostly just want to talk about more Dark Souls lore. Is there ever an ending or resolution to the Dark Souls story? Nope. Well, actually, yes. Are you ready for me to, what's the lore of invading players? Not only is the world grinding itself into irrelevance, so too is time. It's said in the first Dark Souls game, not even just in the third one, that even time as a concept is beginning to die. Heroes and warriors and villains from different eras are popping in and out of existence in different worlds. That's what invasions are meant to be. You pop into another person's world, or they pop into yours, because you're two wandering heroes, wandering through space and time. There is an end to Dark Souls. It takes place in the final expansion of this game. So would have humans been fine if Gwen hadn't sacrificed himself? Yes. The Age of Dark is the Age of Man. Gwen foolishly prolonged the Age of the Gods, dooming the world in the process, just because he didn't want to play second fiddle to the humans. Just because he was scared of what it might mean for his hierarchy, for his throne. There is an end to the Dark Souls ending, to the Dark Souls game. Sort of. Hold on. You see, in the very first Dark Souls... Come on. Do your fucking regular attack. Thank you. Oh! So the Age of Dark would be good for humanity? It's really difficult to tell. The Age of Dark is the age of humanity. Whether or not the Age of Humanity will be as good to humans as the Age of Fire was to gods is something only the seers can predict. And their predictions thus far have been temperamental. So essentially, remember what I said about the Dark Soul? This world, the world we're currently in, is cursed. It's done. Even if an Age of Dark was to take place now, it would be a blighted, bastard thing. Most of the world is hollow. The damage can't be undone. The broken planet we now reside in is too broken to be fixed. Gwyn doomed the world. But there is a positive. You see, the Dark Soul, it thrives just as strong now as it did back when it was first formed. If anything, it's quite a bit stronger. Substantially stronger. It's grown and multiplied across so many humans. There's something called the Painted World. It exists in Dark Souls 3. It's called the Painted World of, what is it? Is it Ariandel? Or no, the Painted World of Ariandel's in this one. Araxis? Ariax? What's the name of the first Painted World, guys? Ariamis, thank you. The Painted World is quite literally that. It's a painted world. Somebody painted a world. You can go into it if you want to. It's a magical thing. Don't worry about it. It's like a little bubble world, protected by the magic of the gods, in that instance at least. In the first game, you go there to kill a dragon crossbreed, and cut her tail off for a nice knife. But here, in this third game, you actually encounter another one. The Painted World of Ariandel. It's another painted world. It's nice. It's snowy. Painted worlds always seem to be very cold. I couldn't tell you why. When you go through that place, it's the first expansion, the Painted World of Ariandel. When you go through that place, you, well, confront a number of antagonists, but the one of the people you find there is an unnamed girl. A girl with draconic eyes and the braided white hair. She can't be more than 14 years old, and she's painting. You can't do much about it then. It looks like she's painting a new world. But she asks you for something. She asks you if Uncle Gale can return to her with some pigment. She asks you for the pigment Uncle Gale provides you. Now at that point, you've met no such man. There was a man who took you to the Painted World of Ariandel. A small, weak, meager-looking man in a red cloak. You think nothing of it at the time. The second expansion, the final expansion of Dark Souls 3, is the Ringed City. And in the Ringed City expansion, you get to go to the Ringed City. It's a place Gale built back during the Age of Gods, back when Gale was still alive, when he was still fully cognizant. He built it as a massive, fortified city for the pygmies. Well, Gale did not himself build it. Oh, did I say Gale? I meant Gwyn, sorry. Gwyn built it, the god. Father of the gods, Gwyn, built the Ringed City, along with the other gods, to contain the pygmies, the greatest humans. Now, the pygmies weren't quite humans. They were human-esque. They were like humans. They were of kin. They were human kin. But they spawned humans, and they worked with humans, and they had the dark sign, the dark soul, like humans. The Ringed City was built as a palace and a prison. Yes, Secretary. The Ringed City's purpose was two. For one, to keep the pygmies out of the hair of Gwyn. And for two, to keep an eye on his daughter. Because you see, inside the Ringed City, Gwyn placed his slumbering daughter, a princess of the gods. She had in her possession an egg. And this is where things get a little bit, well, abstract. The purpose of Gwyn's daughter was to protect that city not just from the world, but from time. The ravages of time would have effects on the Ringed City that Gwyn was unprepared to deal with himself, so he shielded the Ringed City from time. He protected it. He fortified it. He signed it away from the rest of the world. You go to the Ringed City, and after killing a great many people, you find the slumbering princess, still there after God knows how long. Well, she's protected from time, so maybe it hasn't been any time at all. Who knows? Thoughts on the stream? Oh, Chwappy, hold on. We're doing a Dark Souls 3 lore hour. I can't be interrupted. Anyway. She's been shielded from time as well. I don't know. Nobody really knows how long Gwyn's daughter has been there. Nobody knows how long the Princess of Time has been guarding that place. But the entire city is set up as a fortification to protect her. The Ringed City is ringed for that reason. It's a series of battlements, fortifications spiraling outward to protect her and her alone. Gwyn didn't give a shit about the pygmies of the Ringed City. Not a single shit. But you find her, and you break that spell. You break the spell that has kept that place locked in time for so long. And what happens next is my favorite part in the entire Dark Souls series. The screen flashes white, and you're transported forward in time. The magic spell is broken. You are now re-linked to the actual time period that we would have otherwise found ourselves in the Ringed City had it not been for her magical protections. And the world is ash. You look out over the distance, you look out into the great beyond, onto the horizon, the entire planet, just a sand desert of ash, just marauding, wandering hills like the Sahara in every direction. There's nothing left. There's nothing left. Nothing of civilization. At best, a few ruined towers poke up beyond the billowing waves of ash. That's it. That's all there is. And you wander this landscape for a short time. There's nothing. This is what the world actually is now. Without the protections of time, this is it. This is what Gwyn's mistake has led to. The world could have transitioned peacefully into an age of dark, but instead, he has doomed it to a limitless cycle of barren ash. But you are not alone in this place. You are not alone in this desert of ash. There's one other figure there. Slave Knight Gale. The man who allowed you into the painted world of Ariandel from the beginning. When you first saw Gale, an indescribable length of time ago, millions, possibly billions of years, it's literally impossible to tell, he was a meek man. Almost hollowed, barely capable of speaking, hunchback, stoop-shouldered, cloaked beneath a red hood. And when you see him now, well, we'll be fighting him on stream in a few sessions. But when you see him now, he is a monster of a man, thrumming with power. And do you know why? Because when you broke the spell... Whoa! Cringe. I deserve that for pausing. When you broke the spell of time, you were transported to the actual time. But he wasn't there for that. He wasn't there for the spell being broken. You warped forward millions of years. He had to live those years. He had to live every single second of watching his planet die, of it all being ground down into dust. And he didn't waste that time. He used it very wisely. He took it upon himself to find the pigment. He took it upon himself to reunite the Dark Soul. The Dark Soul split amongst countless billions of humans he has for the past epoch, for the past era, been eating them. every human, every pygmy he can find, he single-handedly consumed not just the bodies, but the souls of all of humanity, taking within himself the dark soul. He's been doing this for a very, very long time. And when you see him there, upon the ashen steps of the end of the world, he doesn't see you. He sees a dark soul, because you have it too. He barely speaks to you before the fight begins. When I said earlier that you could go hollow as an undead, what that typically means is that when you lose will, when you lose your spirit, that is when you go hollow. When you lose the will to live, your soul withers, and you remain but a body and a fading consciousness. Slave Knight Gale, for millions of years, maintained his sanity with an overwhelming dedication and drive to fulfilling one goal: to consume humanity, to consume the dark soul, all of it, from one corner of the planet to the next. And through his godlike dedication, he maintained his sanity. He kept pushing forward. You fight him, and he fights like a monster. He fights like somebody who spent the past era eating, consuming all other life to become the only one left who houses within him the dark soul. You fight him, and he's strong, but eventually you draw blood. You cut him, and his blood seeps out of him and drips down onto his greatsword, and he sees, when he looks down, the dark soul. It's been so long since anyone was strong enough to wound him, he hadn't seen his own blood. He hadn't realized his blood was the blood of the dark soul. His blood was black. And the moment he realized that within him was the pigment of humanity, the summation of the dark soul, a collection of the power that would have driven an era of the world, he goes hollow. His purpose has been fulfilled. His purpose was to unite the dark soul, and he did it. He goes hollow, and you know that because there are weapons in this game that deal extra damage to hollow enemies, and they only happen after that. They only happen after that part of the fight. The moment he realizes his purpose has been fulfilled, his mind goes blank. And you fight not the withered monster of a man that has survived 1,000,000 years in isolation. You fight the instincts of that man. You fight what he would have been had his mind not been rotted by 1,000,000 years of war and isolation. You fight Slave Knight Gale, and he kicks the shit out of you. Unless you're very good at this game, like me. He is a god of war. He spins and pirouettes. He fights like a man. He's a beast and a man. He has a crossbow. He summons fire and lightning. When he attacks you, so overloaded is he with the power of the dark soul that the souls of the countless humans he's consumed come out to attack you as well. He fights you in a thrilling, climactic battle, lightning and storm raging, two demigods fighting at the end of the world. Two monsters duking it out for the dark soul atop the barren ashen wastes of 1,000,000,000 failed cycles of the first flame. Huh? Nope. Nope. Nope, I'm on a lore rampage. Nope. What? I cannot? I will keep it in mind. Literally at the climax. I fucking hate her. Anyway, these two demigods duking it out at the end of time and space. And eventually, you kill him. You defeat him. And you take from his body the blood of the dark soul. You take from his body the Dark Soul. Not some middling fragment you've been in possession of all this time. Not some pithy, dark sign-laden, cursed vestige of the Dark Soul. You take the Dark Soul. The catalyst for an era of the world. Now impossible. And because you, bound to the bonfire as you are, undead as you are capable of warping between the bonfires. This is a canonical in-game thing you can do. It's not just like a gameplay contrivance. You're capable of going back to before the ashen wastes of the world clashed into nothingness. You go back to the painted world of Ariandel. You find that quiet little girl with the braided white hair. And you give her the pigment of the Dark Soul. This won't be like any other painted world you've seen before, because the painted worlds you've seen before were not literally painted with the power to begin a new world. And she paints with it. And she says it will be a cold, dark, gentle, and kindly place. And that is how Dark Souls ends. That is the last portion of Dark Souls that will ever be written, in my opinion. Okay, I've cleared all this out now. Now we're gonna do the boss run. That's a very satisfying ending. It's a very good game. Wait, what is this? Wait, am I an idiot? I don't remember this bonfire. Has this bonfire always existed? Kenjin, it's a phenomenal game. What's an unkindled? An unkindled one is, as an unkindled, you are the resurrected remnants of ashen piles that were too weak to kindle the first flame in the beginning. Essentially, you're a soldier born from the remnants of people too weak to link the first flame. An unkindled is basically like an advanced form of the undead in this game. It's not just that they've lived 1,000 lives and burnt out their minds. It's also that their physical bodies have been reduced to ash. Mind you, and keep this in mind, even as ash, the hollows of this world suffer. Possibly, Chicken God. Creator phase, that's a super complicated question. I should probably do a video on it, the prison thing, but I'm afraid I am in full Dark Souls lore mode and cannot commit my brain space to other questions. I apologize sincerely, but I want to talk about it. Radical Reviewer, that happens in Bloodborne. Aren't Unkindled also linked to one of the 5 lords? Yeah, because the Unkindled are the ones they send after the 5 lords, when the 5 lords fail their duty to link the first flame. We're part of the same pile as them. There's also the other final ending. Well, that's the final ending in the sense that, like, that's the end of the story. If you mean the stealing the Dark Flame thing, I don't think that's as concrete a final ending. When you seize the first flame and begin an Age of Dark, I don't think there can be a true Age of Dark at this point. I don't think there's a way for there to be. Also, hey, Twappy. How similar is Bloodborne to Dark Souls? Gameplay-wise, it's the same type of game, and they explore the story in a similar way. But beyond that, the aesthetics are very different. The Ringed City is where Guinevere actually is. It's not Guinevere. The second daughter of Gwyn has a different name. It's not Guinevere, it's a different princess. Has the Dark Soul ever been used as an energy source? Yes. Your power in the games is fueled by the Dark Soul. That's how you're able to reach such strength. You, a meager human, a measly little human, with but a fragment of a fragment of a fragment of the Dark Soul, are capable of, in this game, killing gods. The Dark Soul isn't like the other souls. The other souls dwindle out and die. The Dark Soul grows larger. Fuck you. You can parry the Sage? That would require skill. Becoming the actual Dark Lord and seeing the birth of the Age of Dark is a lot of finality to it. There is. I just don't know if it's as satisfying an ending to me, but I admit that might be my bias. In this game, you can not only allow the fire to fade, you can actually snuff out the fire and become a Dark Lord of the Age of Dark. Oh shit, we're on the second stage? Whoa. So are humans unable to die? Yes, that is correct. I mean, you can destroy their bodies, but it'll all come back. Oh, shit. King Vendrick and Dark Souls 2 made an Age of Dark. Yeah, but it didn't last. That's the thing. The Age of Dark now, it can't happen. Gwyn fucked the cycle. Even when an Age of Dark does happen now, it's just this fleeting ephemeral thing. It's not the glorious beginning of a new age of humanity. It's just this brief interlude in a cycle that otherwise leans towards the Age of Fire. What about the end of Dark Souls 2 after the DLC? Will you just sort of become king after all that, don't you? Isn't Yuria hinted as being Freed's sister? Yeah, I think she is. Hey, cringe! Whoa! Cringe. Totally Jossie, but I'll go over it later. Cringe. Please clone yourself and have that clone do a 24/7 lore story stream. That's the thing. I really fucking like talking about video games and media analysis. I would really like to diversify my content in that respect. You guys do realize that a year from now, like in all likelihood, I probably will have talked about almost every relevant political subject, like relevant to Americans, and even most subjects relevant to non-Americans. That doesn't mean I ever want to stop doing political commentary. I love political commentary. I love it. I love it. It is my beating heart. I have loved it my whole life, long before I started a channel. However, media, and I love media too. You guys should see. I don't do it on stream that much because I know why people donate to me. But I spend a lot of time, talking about media with my girlfriend, thinking about it, dissecting it. I care about it so much. So from an axiomatic perspective, I consider art and media to be the reason why humans are alive. This is the one thing we do that nothing else on this planet can. Well, there are many things we can do that others can't, but still, this is the thing I care about. And that is essentially, we can create reflections. We can capture tiny pieces of our thoughts and experiences, our loves, our lives, and we can put them into a piece of media and open it up to the interpretation of the world. And I think the process of creating and engaging with media is the reason life is worth living. Oh yeah, creator phase. I mean, I'm going to say that trans women should be in women's prisons. Like, that's going to be my answer, but I can elaborate on that position. Do you feel the same way about the mainstream media, you mean? Well, usually when people say mainstream media, they mean the news. When I say media, I'm talking more about like television shows, books, comics, movies, that kind of stuff. True. Radical. Have I ever done stuff on Brexit? I think so, once. It's just kind of boring. Are you sure that no other species or intelligence can create art? I mean, I don't know. It depends on where you draw the line, right? Like if you give an elephant a paintbrush, you can create, like, they'll make a painting. But in terms of like trying to create like a reflective piece of your character, something open to interpretation and creation, I don't think that's something. I don't think that's something other animals really do. Maybe they do in some very niche senses, but I'm still comfortable saying that like this is a pretty human specific. Which one? It's this one. He creates 3 copies of himself. The copies use blue magic. He uses purple. Can we? Dolphin make anime. This is true. Which is it? It's gonna be. Wait. It's gonna be this one. It wasn't that one. Oh man, it was neither of these. Not that one. Oh shit. Oh, thank God we moved before healing. him out of here! Get him out of here! I'm not conceptually opposed to it, Secretary. Would I debate David Duke? What would I debate David Duke on? He would say, I hate Negroes, and I would say, I don't. And then that would be it. What? Nothing wrong with that, Lone Cat. I have not seen Legion, no. When is the Sargon debate video coming out? The YouTube stream VOD cuts out at 2 hours. Can't see the whole thing? No, it hasn't. It cut out at 2 hours initially. It's no longer cut out at 2 hours. I'll be releasing the Sargon vid tomorrow with no editing. Which boss do you like the least here? Actually, the boss we just fought might be one of my least favorite bosses. The big dragon that you fight in Dragon Peak is also a pretty not great boss. I like Deacons. Deacons are at least satisfying. If you've got big weapon, you just swing and they all die. That's pretty fun. I have fun with that. Losing sanity ahead. Visions of Pointless. True. Oh, Ellie Rogers 12. I've shared my thoughts on it quite a few times, but I'm going to be doing a video about it so that I don't have to keep repeating it. Do you edit your own videos? Yes, I do. Eudex Gundyr is an incredible fight. Could the Dark Souls be used to power a machine or robot, if that can fit within the Souls universe? I mean, I don't think so. It's a soul. I don't think that the Dark Soul isn't a literal, like, energy source. Like, it doesn't emit heat or anything. The Dark Soul is like a spirit, it's like a spiritual accompaniment to the status of humanity. But, like, I don't fucking know. There are no machines in Dark Souls lore. Maybe if there were. That can be like an edgy steampunk interpretation of Dark Souls, right? I don't know. Got one! Did you just diss the Nameless King? No! Nameless King is fantastic. I mean the dragon before him. The one where you one-shot him by doing a plunging attack from up high. Well, Ellie Rogers 12, when I say no editing, I mean I don't edit the actual debate. Not that I don't edit out the 10 minutes of silence at the beginning. What are those things they're carrying? Those big guys that I was fighting, I'm pretty sure they tend to corpses. Those big saws are to cut up corpses so they can be buried. Whew. Stop! Fire? So who exactly was the furtive pygmy? The furtive pygmy was just that, a pygmy. A small, weak, proto-human race who was known for very little other than, well, furtiveness. He was weak and unimpressive even in his own time. Not a hero. His name isn't even known. Would you ever recommend getting into online political commentary to anybody? Only if you can deal with getting criticized by a fuck ton of people very aggressively, with people trying to ruin your life online, and you can do all of it and not come off looking like crazy or fragile. Who are the three kings, the Lost Kings in DS1? Do you mean DS2? Oh, wait. You mean the kings that you fight down in the abyss? Wait, is it the Dark Souls 2 kings, or are we talking about the 4 kings? Are we talking about the Lorien kings? The 4 kings. Those were 4 human kings. They were literally just that, human kings, who were given a fragment of the Lord Soul after they turned compliant to Gwyn. They were the other ones with the Lord Soul. The 4 kings, I completely forgot. Yeah, they were basically just complicit humans. They were also incredibly evil. They later turned against Gwyn. Some believe Magnus from DS1 is the furtive pygmy. I subscribe to that. They later turned against Gwyn and started practicing abyss magic amongst themselves. The kings of New Londo, yes. Probably Mama Gonzo. I probably should. I was banned from our Destiny after some fash called me a tanky and hoped I'd enjoy the free helicopter ride. Radical Reviewer, Destiny's fucking subreddit used to be so much better. It's gotten so much worse lately. How much does lore add to DS enjoyment? The majority of people don't know it and love it anyway. I love the lore, Twappy. I adore the lore. I love how these games are structured. I love, 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 love it. It makes me feel so nice just participating in this great story that you have to pull together, and it feels at once like a story that fits within the purview of a video game, but you can also tell it like it's a grand, like, epic tale. I love that shit. They were turned by Kaith. While I subscribe to them the individual autonomy to blame them. Pivot with the tier 1 sub. Thank you, comrade. That's very generous of you. Here, let's optimize our equipment a little bit. Maybe secretary. I only have so much money to go around. I say, having made entirely too much money the last stream I did. Are there any other weapons we'd rather have right now? Probably not. Right? We have the Black Knight Greatsword plus, but we would need to up our stats way too much to be able to. That's possible, Black Caligula. Why is Gale's name Slave Knight Gale? Because Gale was of a lower class. Gale was a human, and Gale was part of one of the many human kingdoms' militaries as a slave. He was a prisoner. He was a slave, and he was brought out to the front lines. By the way, another testament to his incredible strength and perseverance. He was put on the front lines to die over and over and over and over again. He was one of the fodder you put at the front to absorb the arrows and the sword strikes and the spears before the real soldiers came in. Any other person in his position would have hollowed much earlier, but he didn't. He kept pushing. He never ever stopped pushing. We can get a bonus right now if we go for a raw gem. Do we want to do that right now? Then art is not uniquely human? Well, whether or not it is, I think we have a pretty specific relationship to it. The curved greatsword? I don't think I have that yet. Would you play Destiny with Destiny? I'll message him and ask if I ever get unbanned, okay? You can change what you infuse a weapon with, Jiro. But yeah, you can. Oh, I do regret getting banned from Twitch, but I still think my ban is bullshit. Oh, I'm never going to get unbanned from Twitch, guys. I technically get a DPS bonus if I just go for this right now. I mean, I can uninfuse it later. Yeah, you use a Shriving Stone to uninfuse it. It's not worth it? Well, it'll be worth it for a short time. They're just ignoring me, Ellie Rogers 12, but I know how this works. You planning on using any Uggs? I want to use the Farron Greatsword. Let me see, creator phase. I'll give it a goddamn peep.
Be careful. I don't want to see my work squandered.
I would rather stream on YouTube, but come on to Twitch for the community events. That's my preference.
Oh, you have never...
Oh! Oh, wait, I had... Whoa! Woo! 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 Dementia, I don't remember everything Vati Vidya says, but I'm pretty sure my interpretations are in line more or less with what he says. It's not possible to go on while banned from Twitch, under any circumstances. What is it you prefer about streaming on YouTube? Dude, I get so many viewers here! YouTube has a better politics community. And by better, I mean larger, not better. It's terrible. Wait, what is the Farron Greats... Wait. What does it even require again? It's like mostly strength, right? No, it's mostly dex. Oh shit, we gotta get some fucking dex, boys! We got some dex, boys! What kind of viewership numbers were you seeing when you were on Twitch? Initially, it was I capped out at around 400, Gayfesh. But I probably would have had a similar number of viewers here on YouTube. I think my growth exploded after YouTube, though. It's strength dex? Yeah, it's 18 strength, 20 dex. Booby. Wait, that's attunement, not dex. Hold on. Ha! Let's be careful now. I'll keep it in mind, Ellie Rogers 12. Would hate speech be regulated in an anarcho-society commune? That's a very complicated question that I personally do not feel as though I know enough about to have a good answer. Alright, well, never mind about the fucking infusions. I'm a fucking cuck. Shriving Stone. There we go.
Pretty be careful.
Disco Elysium might be fun. Get the free levels from Yol? No! I'm not corrupting my soul with Yol's fucking Dark Void levels. Get that shit out of my fucking face! Get that shit out of my fucking face! Oh yeah, Undead Nor. I didn't really mention that much about the Witch of Izalith, but yeah, no. I think I was pretty close, yeah. It's pretty hard, it's pretty hard to recite all that from memory. What happens to the remaining demons in Dark Souls? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Which remaining demons? Like, what happens to them when? At the end of the world? Demons in Dark Souls are what's Abyss magic? Abyss magic is magic of the dark. The Abyss is the dark world. The Abyss is the Abyss is the vacuous pool of dark, from which the Age of Dark begins. Is gender critical a turf sub? Yes, unquestionably. It's like 100% a turf sub. I fucking hate these guys. I genuinely despise these enemies. Oh. Session tomorrow with the 20 pesos. Thank you. Fuck you, Vaush. You missed my super chat and I just paid rent. What? My bad. I apologize. I'll check it soon, okay? If I talk about Twappy's discussion with Destiny, I'm going to do it in a politics stream where I can clip that shit, where I can clip it and ship it. I'm not gonna fucking do that stuff in a video game stream. So anyway, demons in Dark Souls come from the god's mistakes as well. One of the people to receive a right, Hazel, I forgot. Come on, Hazel. I'm not fighting you and the two mercenaries. Come on. Come on, Hazel. Where do you spawn again? God, Hazel's such a fucking cunt. Come on, dude. Oh, hey, what's up? Nice! 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 But not nice enough, dipshit! Yeah, I got Estus too, motherfucker. Do another magic spell. Oh yeah? That's your favorite magic spell, huh? You're gonna need a lot of it. How many more charges do you have, buddy? Nice one! Oh, I shouldn't have picked a fucking mage build in a melee game, you stupid piece of shit. Do I ever worry about retirement? Not if you guys keep donating. Ellie Rogers 12, I might consider doing that in the future. Alright, what was I saying? Oh, hello. Demons, right. Well, in Dark Souls, demons were created by the gods as well. You see, the Witch of Izalith was one of the 4 to receive a fragment of the first flame. She was a witch. She was a magic user, and she attempted to use it to create a second first flame. She attempted to use it to bolster the power of the gods, to forestall the decline of the Age of Fire by making one herself. She did this in response to Gwyn's worries that the dwindling of the first flame would lead to an end of the Age of the Gods. So she attempted to create a first flame, but what she ended up doing was creating the Flame of Chaos. She tried to create life, but the life she created was twisted and mangled. Demonic. That's the gist of it, basically. I fucking hate this little butt buddy squad. I just want that known. Use the ladder? I'm not gonna cheese them. Fuck. Longer range weapon. Yeah, unlike Gwyn, the Witch of Izalith was— No! At least only he healed. Unlike Gwyn, the Witch of Izalith was promptly punished for her mistake. She was mangled, corrupted beyond recognition. Oh, hold on, wait, try to do it again. Yes! Ah, that's actually one of the best fucking mercenary fights I've had. Once you get one of them down, the rest of the fight is trivial. Didn't she corrupt herself? Yeah, she did. Her attempt to create a new first flame backfired on her. Not only did she create demons and destroy a decent chunk of the underworld, she also hurt herself. What if I parried? Come here, you. She created a bed of chaos, yes? She was the bed of chaos. The bed of chaos was what was left of the Witch of Izalith, I think. Unless I'm mistaken. Damn it, quit doing this spin attack! Creator Phase, you keep trying to rope me into a high-tier discussion on trans rights, and I'm just trying to talk about Dark Souls. I'm not looking at links right now, though. I'm just trying to grill. What made the original dragons? Nobody knows. The dragons were around before gods or humans were around to, track history. Can you... I told my cool... Do you know a lot about Hollow Knight lore as well? Yes, I do, actually. Hollow Knight has a very similar story to Dark Souls. I also know of that, yes. How are you so familiar with Dark Souls lore? Vati Vidya. Also, I like the games a lot. Also, I just pay attention when I play. You know? Oh, Lost Izalith is like the worst level in all of Dark Souls. Gotcha, Undead Nora. Ever heard of agorism? No. Oh, no. Worse than Blighttown? I like Blighttown. I think Blighttown is a good level. Now, it can be frustrating, but I think it did a decent job of bringing up ideas and then executing on them. Tomb of Giants is way worse. I strongly disagree, but whatever. Yeah, they ran out of money towards the end of the game's development. I also think Shrine of Amana is defensible. I think that the Lost Izalith level is literally broken. I think it's non-functioning. I do, Captain McMillan, yeah. Red A with the $5. Want to donate before I forget from drinking. Thanks for what you do. Hey, thank you for what you do, which is donate to me. I appreciate it, comrade. Sashinomaru with the 50 pesos. Thank you. Can back up your point on third world countries like Mexico, but mostly reactionary, followed by I just don't care people, since most focus on next pay. Yeah, totally. It's hard to be progressive when you're living in abject poverty. I'm not saying that to excuse their behavior or necessarily to demonize poor people, but it's just a fact of the world. Could I talk about Hollow Knight lore? Are you still in Dark Soul lore mode? Alright, chat, what are we doing? Hit me up. Are we doing Dark Souls lore still, or are we gonna transition and talk a little bit about Hollow Knight lore? I don't remember what Elden Ring is. Amana is indefensible? I don't know. You could compare them? I'm getting actually a pretty even 50-50 on this. Oh, okay, wait. That's true. Wait, hold on. The only level worse than Lost Izalith? The only level worse than Lost Izalith is the horsefuck level from Dark Souls 2. In the Kingdom of Elysium Lois. Oh no, the chariot one? No. Not the chariot one, comrade. I have not played Kingsfield, no. Do you invade often? When I'm playing on my own, sure, but not right now. EE with the $2 Smoldering Lake is objectively the worst level. You really think so? I strongly disagree. What about Blighttown? I liked Blighttown! What is the horsefuck level? I don't get it. In the last of the 3 DLCs to Dark Souls 2, there is a level that is completely optional that takes you to to an optional boss, which is also trash, which is just 2 of 1 boss you've already fought earlier. And it is called Horsefuck Valley. And essentially what it is that every once in a while, like every 30 seconds, a bunch of snow blows in and completely obscures your vision in this massive, featureless level in which only one direction is the correct direction to go. And then, when you're in this blind fucking blizzard hailstorm, a horse comes and they fuck you. That's what they do. There's a graphic in-game mechanic for it. You have to try and time your sphincter contractions with their thrust to ensure you don't receive too much anal damage. It's actually fucking incredible. They show up, they have massive amounts of health, they do huge damage, their attacks are wide-sweeping and relentless. They show up with no fucking warning, they can show up from any direction, and they just come and they fuck you. And you're guaranteed that you have to fight like fucking 80 of these things before you go in the right direction, unless you're using a guide, because there is no indication as to which direction is the correct way to go from the onset. We're really poisoned from that? Okay. Sounds like it'd be your favorite level. Listen, I value consent, okay? I have only 1 of these? Isn't it called the Frigid Outskirts? I'm pretty sure it's called Horsefuck Valley, but you can remember what you like. Yeah, they have lightning spells. They're like the fucking Kirin from Monster Hunter World. In fact, when I fought the Kirin from Monster Hunter World, that's the only thing I could think of, was those fucking horses. What do you think would have happened if Gale was the Hollow Dark Soul in 1? I think that if Gale Gale, as excellent as he was at finding the Dark Soul, I think he had lost his mind to the extent that he would not have been able to go back and give it to Arya. I don't think he would have been able to go back and give it to the painter. So I think that if it weren't for us, he would have just wandered the end of the world forever. Like, literally for an infinite length of time. Jesus! What? Wait, that was enough to kill? I strongly contest. What breaks the curse of the dark sign? Literally nothing. Nothing breaks the curse of the dark sign. In Dark Souls 2, all 3 expansions together allow you to obtain the crowns of former kings, and if you obtain the 3 crowns of former kings, former lords, god kings, not human kings, wearing all 3 of those together, the most you can do is keep yourself from hollowing further. The most you can do with all of the material artifacts in the world giving you power from the gods is just forestall hollowing. That's it. That's all you can do. What's the best level in Dark Souls? Fuck if I know, dude. Skyrim, Dark Souls. Well, I'm here for it. So the Dark World gets created, dude! So the Dark World gets created, but all the humans of the old world are so doomed. Nope, Bouncy Boy, because when Gale ate them, Gale ate their Dark Soul. He ate them, not just their bodies. When Gale ate them and took their Dark Soul, they did not come back. And when you take the blood of the Dark Soul from his body and it's used in the paint of the world, the souls of all humans who have ever lived are put into the essence of the new planet to come. It has to be the original Anor Londo? God, no. The original Anor Londo is not nearly as good as some of the other areas earlier in Dark Souls. Yeah, friendly Skeletor. Wait, there's a ledge that I need to get to here. Where is it? The Cathedral of the Deep is an exceptionally good level. The Cathedral of the Deep is really good. I really, really like the outskirts of the painted world of Ariandel. I can take a look at Elden Ring. Wait, where's the... Fuck you. Irithyll is really good as well. Wait, where's the... God. There's some... What do you think of Shira and the Last Ring at Night in Gale's boss area? I don't remember there being a Last Ring at Night in Gale's boss area, but I thought the Shira fight was really nice. I mean, it is sad, Eldon Coco, but they were a mistake to begin with. If humans, which were not created in folly, were doomed to a life of misery in the world of Dark Souls, then the demons who were created in that way... Oh, here it is. He's off to the left in a little side area and drops a slab. Interesting. I don't think I've ever encountered that man. Alright, folks. We're on the home stretch now. Our goal here is to get the Farron Keep Greatsword, and it is after the coming area. So when Gale consumed them, they die. Since the world is hopeless, it seems like a merciful end to suffering unless their minds live on inside Gale. FF Acid Trip, it seems like their minds kind of lived on, because when Gale was fighting you, very often his souls would come out. The souls that he had eaten would come out to attack you as well. I'm fine with it, Captain McMillan. Oh, gotcha, monsters. Yeah, I heard that George R.R. Martin is working on it. Here we go, Farron Keep, guys. The Great Sword awaits. What is the age after the age of man? Who the fuck knows? We never made it that far. We never got to see. I can only hope, Secretary. I do plan on building a cult one day. Block Caligula, I'm very talented. Alright, folks, we gotta clear out this swamp. Let's go! Let's hop to it, ladies! We get slowly poisoned if we're in the swamp. There's a bunch of slugs. And later on, we'll see some dogs and even some basilisks. Where did humans come from? Wait, in Dark Souls or in the real world? In Dark Souls, humans were one of the many, like, pitiful races that dwelled in the undercaverns of the world when the dragons ruled the skies, back before the Age of Fire. The species existed back then. They just weren't empowered the same way they are now with the Dark Sign, or with the Dark Soul. The dragons exist now, even in the Age of Fire. They're just weakened. What the fuck are Dark Wraiths? Dark Wraiths are humans that have embraced the power of the Abyss and use that abyssal magic to their advantage. We're taking the poison. Get the Berserk Sword? Oh, definitely. Though we don't have the stats to use it. Most of the dragons were killed, though? Yeah, totally. And most of the gods have at this point been killed as well, so. Dragons don't hollow the same way that gods and humans do, though, because they're of a different world. They don't have souls in the same way that we do. Not to say they don't have souls, but they're not like ours. What is the Dark Soul composed of specifically? It's a portion of the First Flame. Maybe. I don't know. It's like heavy spiritual magic stuff. Who the fuck knows, really, right? There's a ton of stuff to find in this. Talk about Midir. Midir is probably the most difficult fight in all the Dark Souls games. Maybe up there with Fume Knight. Yeah, I did car hoops back in Dark Souls 2 when it was more fun with the posture system they had back then, the stance wielding. Midir was a dragon in the service of the gods. Another one of the dragons who, after the dragons lost the war, turned to serve. Oh, here's a Dark Wraith. Oh shit! I wasn't ready. Please. Well, that's a Dark Wraith for you. Midir is Dark Souls 3. Kalameet was the big dragon from the DLC of Dark Souls 1. Anyway, Midir the Dark Eater was meant to be stationed in the Ringed City, and his job was to consume any abyssal corruption, any corruption from the dark that emerged in that city. Of course, as powerful as a dragon is, eventually you eat that much abyssal magic and you turn too. Everyone does. So Dark Eater Midir became a beast of incredible abyssal energy. Really great fight, too. If you could live in a video game world not as the main character, where would you live? It wouldn't have to be Earth. I have no idea. I'm sorry. I can't think. Nino, I've already developed the official headcanon for how the Destiny of Vaush arc will end. I wrote I photoshopped a comic about it, remember? That's canon. Whoa, 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 whoa! You followed me? Oh, dude, he's fighting the slugs! He's fighting the slugs! Yes! Yes! Yes, yes, get him! Get him, shoot him! Easy. Ha! Didn't stand a chance. Nice, Moosty Moosty. Could the time spell of Gwyn been used to go back and stop Gwyn from killing the world? Nah, Secretary, because it didn't actually allow for time travel. It just froze a particular part of the world in place for a long time. Also, time is convoluted in Dark Souls, so even if you could go back and change that, it wouldn't, like, actually change it. You would just be another person meddling with an already broken time stream. The fact that Gwyn doomed the world by linking the fire is like an inextricable component of the universal code. He didn't just fuck it like in a particular point in time, he like fucked the concept of the world. He really fucked up. Gwyn really fucked up, guys. Gwyn, this was not some like, oh god, I did something bad, but I can fix it kind of story. This is some full fucking, yeah, this is some like Gwyn in his arrogance doomed the planet, like, eternally, forever. My pleasure, Elastiest. Where is there time travel in Sekiro? You go back to, like, a memory, basically. Should Gwyn be tried for war crimes? Let's go with yes. Did he ever apologize? Well, that's the thing, guys. He never got a chance to apologize because after Gwyn... was Gwyn worse than Hitler? Probably, yeah. The problem is that, keep in mind, after Gwyn linked the First Flame, he went hollow. He went mad. When you find him at the end of Dark Souls 1, he's hollow. He doesn't have a consciousness anymore. He's just a very powerful man guarding the Dark Souls, some empty vessel. There's not anything to try anymore. There's nothing to apologize on. It's just him. It's the same when you meet King Vendrick in Dark Souls 2. You've been hearing this whole time in the game how King Vendrick is like the big badass who's behind everything. And then you finally meet him, and he's hollow. He's been hollow for centuries. He's gone. Good night, Jimbo Z. I never understood the children of Gwyn. Gwyn had 4 children that we know of. His firstborn was a great warrior who ended up defecting and siding with the dragons. Most people now believe this person to be the Nameless King. The second child was Guinevere, beautiful goddess of bounty of light, big booby lady, big boobies. The third child was Gwendolyn. Oh, I hate these. The third child was Gwendolyn, who was born a man, but feeble and weak, was given the power of moon magics, which kind of made him a girl, but everyone just treated him like a dude anyway. It's kind of weird. And the fourth child is the, I believe, nameless princess who's protecting the Ringed City with the time bubble spell. Ah, fuck the tree dudes. I hate these dudes. Gwendolyn was raised as a girl. Yeah, because he was like so weak, but they refer to him by male pronouns, so. How much do you know about Nier Drakengard lore? Literally nothing. Her name is Filianor? Filianor! That's right, Filianor. That's true. My apologies. Not nameless. I personally feel Dark Sun Gwendolyn is a trans woman. They have, I mean, he is referred to by he/him pronouns in the game. However, his character model has breasts and like a really feminine voice. I have no idea. Trans dude, trans woman, I don't care. Non-binary. The model has breasts? Well, yeah, absolutely. Wait, have you not? This is the model of Gwendolyn in Dark Souls 1. Pretty unmistakably has boobs. Wide hips. Snakes coming out the underside of the dress. You know how it is. Women. Your game isn't paused, you could get killed. Well, in all likelihood, I could get poisoned. What is the pus of man? The pus of man is a rather punitive term which is used to describe the abyssal outcroppings of people who have hollowed to the point that they grow near to the abyss. At several points in the game, in this game, in Dark Souls 3, you encounter enemies, hollows, that when attacked erupt in this enormous abyssal like demon that pops out of them. And it's called the pus of man. It's essentially another consequence of corrupting to the point that the abyss begins to take over. See, the Age of Dark is supposed to be good for men, but that doesn't necessarily mean that all aspects of the dark or all aspects of abyssal magic are beneficial to men. It can be corrupted, same as the Age of Fire was corrupted. And there's nothing more corrupt than the way in which it manifests in this game. My nose is so itchy, I'm gonna die. Oh, God. I do like the Executioner's Chariot. Can you explain the Artorias of the Abyss DLC? Yeah, easily. So there was a... So after Gwyn linked the First Flame, but before the events of Dark Souls 1, there was a place called... Or was this before? No. This was before Gwyn linked the First Flame. My apologies. Before Gwyn linked the First Flame, there was a place called Ulisil. That is correct, Chappie. Ulisil was a human city known for its great magics. And that city had a princess. The princess was captured, and through a contrivance that I'm not even going to begin to explain, she was unstuck in time. You're able to free her in your time in Dark Souls 1, but shortly after doing so, something appears through a portal and snatches both of you through it. You see, Ulisil was very interested in magics, and one such type of magic is abyssal. Now, the people of Ulisil were good and humble and kind and patient and not at all arrogant. For the most part, it was a good city, but there was one teeny tiny little, ever so specific, minor minor inconvenience, slight problem with the placement of their city, and that is that their city was placed over the grave of Manus. You see, Manus is, well, we're going to get to him in a second, but he's a uh-oh, stinky kind of boy. Many people believe Manus to be the furtive pygmy. Manus, the father of the Dark Soul, was buried underneath Ulasil very, very, very long time ago, and he was unearthed. And from his casket and from his enormous strength came the power of the Abyss. In Dark Souls 1, you actually get to go to the Abyss. That doesn't happen in any of the other games, to my knowledge. Yeah, Danmaku Uminaka, that's what I'm getting to, yeah. Initially, Ulasil was a good place full of goody-goodies. However, the corruption of the Abyss seeped upwards and began to corrupt the city of Ulasil. It began with them using abyssal magic. It ended with the entire city being corrupted. The people of Ulasil being warped and twisted and deformed into these broken body, hive-headed monstrosities. Terrible, terrible thing. Manus is still alive and sentient, the remains of the furtive pygmy corrupted after an unknown length of time in, well, in a tomb. When the princess, who has freed herself, is taken back to Ulasil, back before Gwyn linked the first flame, you're taken along with it. And you get to see a number of things. For one, you get to see Ulasil, which is pretty cool. You also get to see Artorias. Artorias was one of the gods, and one of the most respected gods of that time. Artorias of, Artorias was a great, great warrior who was known for having defeated the dark in the past. He was sent there, and Artorias lost. Artorias the Abyss Walker, one of the only people to have ever survived encounters with the dark, baddest of badasses, warrior god, single-handedly survived the war with the dragons, single-handedly took down entire legions of the Abyss in the past. With his companion Sif, a large and beautiful dog, fell in Ulasil. He was corrupted. He was corrupted by the dark. And you find him there. And you kill him. And then after that, you can kill Manus too. One of the coolest things about that is that time is super fucking warbly. Sif, the lady Sif, is his dog companion. When you find Sif in Dark Souls 1, she's a boss. She's guarding Artorias the Abyss Walker Artorias' tomb. But when you go to Ulasil, when you go back and face Manus, when you go back and defeat the corrupted Artorias, you see Sif. Sif used one of the last pieces of magic. He used his great shield to erect a field around her, a shield to protect her. She was spared the corruption. If he hadn't given her his shield, he might have survived. He allowed himself to be corrupted, and in his final selfless act, allowed this small, noble dog a chance at life. And in response, Sif guarded his grave until the end of time. If you kill Sif in Dark Souls 1 on your own, she fights you and you kill her, and that's great. But if you, for some reason, do the Artorias of the Abyss DLC first, and then kill Sif in the main game, there's a different opening cutscene. Sif will look at you with recognition and sadness, knowing that you saved her from Manus, and then she'll attempt to kill you. I think different music plays as well. I never do magic builds. That shit's cucked as hell. I did watch Twappy today. At least I caught most of it. I had to do... No! Fuck! I caught most of it. I had to leave at one point. What was that? It was a crystal lizard. They run when they see you, and you get a little bit of loot when you kill them. Hey, speaking of big dogs, do you still watch Destiny stream? Yes. Is he creeped out by this? I don't think so. The old Wolf of Farron. See, it's very pertinent that right now we're talking about Artorias, because Artorias ended up inspiring the great legions of Farron. See this citadel? All of this was built by humans who were inspired by, why is the Abyss bad for humans? The Abyss isn't intrinsically bad for humans, but when pustules of the Abyss erupt during a dying age of fire, that can be destructive for everyone. The Age of Fire is responsible more or less for ending the world. All the Age of Dark has really succeeded in doing is corrupting people in high levels of concentration. Is Destiny smell? Didn't we do an image on this? Oh, I didn't even get my Estus back. Isn't there a short guy and a tall guy? Listen, I was just memeing. Don't think too hard about it. Okay? Which one is Smough? Destiny is Smough. Wait, we've done this. Oh, I'm muted. Whoops. Yeah, there we go. We've got it. We already have the lore. Replace David Pac-Man with Hassan, and we've already got it. We're good. We've done it. Oh, shit. Artemis is fighting Cam Pog? Fuck yeah. Fix the keybind already? No! If only somebody would get me an Elgato Stream Deck. Oh well. Nobody's that generous. Ellie Rogers 12, that kind of happens in Dark Souls 2. Yeah, see, it gives me fucking cred, Yastius. No, wait! That's a lot of health you're taking from me. Jesus Christ, Nino. I haven't gotten any emails from Soviet Maine in a while. He might be dead. That is pretty anime. Can we let me heal? Alright, okay, we're taking it serious now. Oh. He's vulnerable to taint damage. You can take off its legs? Do you think the mentally ill are more susceptible to the right or to the left? It just depends on who gets them first. Are you trying to make a quality build? Well, the quality build, yeah, because I'm going to be doing the Pharaon Greatsword. Because we're going to have fun with the breakdancing. I have not yet, friendly Skeletor. You need to use an Ultra Greatsword? Okay. Oh, it's over here. Why come no Cyberpunk Souls game? Aren't there... Wait, guys, isn't there already kind of a Cyberpunk Souls game? Oh, the mentally ill are absolutely more attracted to radical politics. See, normalcy is what leads people towards, generally towards adopting, like, moderate positions. The more abnormal you are, the more abnormal you think, and the more abnormally you're treated, the more likely it is that you will deviate from those expectations. Yeah, the surge, that's what I was thinking of. Okay, we're about to get fucking ambushed. I'm cringing. I'm cringing. Not this time, little fucker. Oh, you're on level ground now. There we go. Well, Hassan and Cenk as Ornstein and Smaug would definitely probably look more appropriate, but would it be as funny? Who drew the head in all your thumbnails? Oh, I did. That's my head. If I was a rock. I will not be playing Jedi Fallen Order. I have literally no interest in that game. I took one look at it and saw everything I hate about modern AAA games. And Star Wars. Fuck yeah. Your art is really good? Thank you. I try to get my art chops in when I can. What do you hate about? Yeah. When I don't have a headache, I'll be more specific, I promise. No. Nice. He's getting smaller and smaller with time. The little head me? Any interest in playing Escape from Tarkov? I think I've heard of that. I don't know if I have any interest in playing it, though. Folks, I've got good news. Which is that we did it. We cleared the top section. Wait, well, except for you! The fuck did you come from? If you weren't doing this as your job, what would you ideally want to do as a job? This. But, falling, like, out from that, probably kind of public advocacy work. I could do a pretty decent job with that. I think. What happened to the revolutionary anime girl in the bottom right? I no longer need weak accompaniments to my stream. Her name is Akko, by the way, and it's from an episode of Little Witch Academia, which you can find for free on Netflix. And by for free, I mean if you have a Netflix subscription. Oh, monsters, that's totally true. This is that bridge. This is the castle right up here that we were at the beginning of the game. What the fuck was that ghost? That was another player playing in this area at the same time. Right up there, that's Lothric Castle. We began there. That's where we fought. That's where we began the game. No. I've only got 10 minutes before I end stream. So do I want to just keep exploring, or do I want to gun for the Abyss Watchers and make one attempt at them and see if I can one-shot it? I think we all know what I'm going to end up going for, so I'm just going to do it without any posturing. Okay, there's the door. Here's the ramp. We'll get Guts' sword soon, okay, guys? Don't you still need to light the fires? Yes. I need to light 2 more of them. Susie is best girl, this is true. Didn't you already clear this area? Haha! Coal addict. This swamp is fucking huge. No, I haven't even cleared half of it. Oh, Foot of Toast. I try to read everything that gets sent to me. I can't respond to everything, but I try to, I really wish my phone would quit telling me that I don't have enough space for an iCloud backup when I have attempted to disable iCloud multiple times. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Love these enemies that move easily through the murk. I deserve this. That was deserved. But we can fix it. As for calling Sargon the R-word, I actually can never tell when people are legitimately offended when I say retarded, or if they're just like doing like the meme where the Czech gets offended at me. It's both. It's probably a pretty hefty mixture of both. Oh, he is an idiot, hyena. Is there any good Reddit subs or resources to refute stuff that TERFs say? I don't know. I mean, I have my research document, which has a lot of pro-trans stuff. I don't know. I don't really browse many, like, lefty subreddits or anything. Here we are. No, 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 no. Trees! Oh my fucking god. Wow, is there not a limit to the aggro radius? I feel like I vaguely remember this game having limits to aggro radiuses. Ableist insults are nearly as cringy as people who constantly point out ableist insults? Maybe. Aladia, that would be an excellent idea. Basilisks! Trees! No, no, no. No, not like this. Just trying to make it to the door. Did you need any guide help on your first run? I think I needed a guide to help me find Dragon Peak. Or what's it called? The fucking dragon? Because I could not for the life of me. Wait, Pessimist, when did this update take place? Because I played Dark Souls, like, within the past year. Archdragon Peak, yes, thank you. Dark Wraiths. No, 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 no. Monsters, I'm not done with that area back there. Chat has voted for me to take one shot at the Abyss Watchers, since I only have time for one. Really quickly, before I inevitably die here, let me spend my souls. I have played many runs of small patches. Where? Oh, there you are. Jesus.
Welcome us. Very well then taken.
Open up, bitch! Okay, now we only need one more point in dexterity before we can use the Keep Greatsword. Okay, let's do it. One shot, one moment to get anything you ever wanted in one moment. Arms, 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 arms are spaghetti, knees weak, potatoes are heavy. What's the difference between inductive and deductive? Deductive reasoning means the conclusion intrinsically naturally follows from the premises. Inductive logic means that that you're extrapolating or you're inferring essentially from information that you already have. So, for example, here are some syllogisms. Okay, all men are red. Vaush is a man. Therefore, Vaush is red. The conclusion is deductive because it follows naturally from the premises. Here's another one. Vaush says he is a communist. Vaush says communist things and hangs out with communists. Conclusion. Therefore, Vaush is a communist. Now, while the conclusion can be inferred, there is no guarantee whatsoever that that is actually the case. I could conceivably be lying or putting on some grand theater. The Abyss Watchers were humans who tasked themselves in Artorias' name defeating the Dark. They amassed vast swarms of undead to bury civilizations corrupted by the Dark. But now, being that they too have been corrupted by the Dark, all they see in each other in their is the corruption they were tasked with fighting. They now fight and resurrect and fight and resurrect again over and over, locked in constant battle amongst themselves. Koi. Locked in constant battle. Yes, yes. Yes! Early down on the bad one. This one, the one with the red eyes, will attack either me or the other enemies. Come, 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 come. Can you come closer? Ah, shit. Oh, wait, the bad one's back again. There we go. Whoa! Oh, yeah, this is what I like to see. The good one went down this time. They're both against me now. Dodge the first one. He should be back up soon, though. Yep, there he is. Yes. Got him. So killing one kills them all? There is only one. And he's here. Now. Hoi. Come on. Oh, I forgot about the follow-up. Oh, he adds another move. Fuck. Come on. I'm so fucked. I haven't even landed a fucking hit yet. Come on. Come on. Then he does the... No, he didn't do it this time. Go. I'm here to put you to rest. Fuck, he got me with that. I could Ember, but it'd be so difficult to do it. I'd have to open the menu. If he commits to a long attack, I'm going to try it. Shit. Is it in your quick slot? No, I forgot to put it there. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. He fucked up! He missed! You stupid piece of shit! You're not the only one who gets stronger with fire! As I expected, first try. Ow. All that celebration made my headache come back. Hold on, let me see how many souls it takes to create the Pharaoh Keep Greatsword. Is there anything special about you that lets you finish them for good? Yes, you take their soul. You don't just kill their body, you take the soul of the Abyss Watchers. Would this be deductive and inductive simply put? Deductive conclusion then evidence, inductive evidence then conclusion? No, in deductive you don't follow from the conclusion. With deductive, the conclusion is a necessary conclusion following the evidence. Inductive means that you can infer it, you can extrapolate information, but that you can't, like, it's not an intrinsic follow through on that information. I'm sorry, 1 second. Here we go. No, Farron Greatsword. Oh, it doesn't require any souls. Beautiful. Let me get the last dexterity point I need. Rede with the very generous $20. Thank you, comrade. Any advice on dealing with transphobic friends? I'm not trans or anything, but I have a friend who is extremely bigoted, and I don't know what to do about it since I don't have that many friends. I understand the position you're in, Rede. If you don't want to do anything to confront that because if you're like, because you worry about how many friends you have, I completely understand that position. That said, what you should probably try to do is figure out like why they dislike them so much. It's probably some kind of disgust or some sort of insecurity that they're trying to process. You can't really deal with it until you understand why they're projecting those feelings outwards so severely. So I would encourage you to do that first. You do much PvP? Not anymore. Alright, folks, check it out. The Farron Keep Greatsword. But that's not all it can do. You can fucking dance with it. You can do the fucking flippy. And you can parry. It's not quite as good of a parry as you get with the Cestus, but it's a good sword. Of course, it'll need to be upgraded. Do I have any Twinkling Titanite? Is this even a Twinkling Titanite weapon? I forget. I've played Monster Hunter World.
What?
It is a Titanite scale weapon.
Pretty be careful.
Is it that slow even in two hands? Yeah, it's a great sword. Look at the size of this thing. It's taller than I am. Oh, wait. Uh-oh, we're fat rolling. Uh-oh, boys. Oh my god, we're still fat rolling even with that down. We gotta fix this. We're fat rolling. Hold on. I'll place the cinders when we have all four. Is fat rolling not good, or do you just not like it personally? Fat rolling is objectively bad. When you fat... Look, guys, fat rolling. Your rolls are all this... No, I don't think femboy is its own gender. Let's see how well I can do this. Wait, I'm not two-handing it! It'll take some getting used to. Oh, yeah. Can't you make Havel's ring? I'll get around to it. It's only okay to fat roll when you're using Havel's gear? That's true. Alright, folks.